In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. It's the day of the birds. It is. And I've got my bird dress on specially, look. I'm not sure I've got garden birds. I think they're sort of just pretty birds. But it is bird day. Not the whole thing is bird day, but it is a lot of birds day. So if you love garden birds, you need to stay tuned today. But first of all, I've got an early bird. Early bird on bird day. It's a lovely early bird. It is clear. Clear, I'm going to open it all up. I was going to say fabric, but it's obviously not fabric, but it's PVC clear. So I'm going to open it up because you get in this special bundle 1 metre piece. Look at the size of it. It's fantastic. Now look, when you look at it like this, you think, well, that looks a bit creased. All you have to do is hold it up. Don't actually put your iron on it because it will melt, but just hold it and steam it slightly. Hold the steam away from it. And all the creases just fall out. Now, this is perfect for things like table coverings, obviously, is a big piece. But what it's really good for is when you know you want to put those like clear pockets in things. So maybe you're making a zip case or a pencil case, or, you know, one of those zip cases you have to take all your stuff on to go on holiday on the plane and you need clear. It's great for that because it's very easy to sew. Now, it's best if you use something like a leather needle, because that's what we recommend to use with, well, leather and PU. But you can also use, if you've got a sharps needle, it will work. I mean, a universal needle, to be honest, will go through it. I have sewn with it. But if you do use a leather needle or a sharps needle, it will just pierce it better. But things like little pockets in wash bags, those hanging up wash bags are ideal, where you want to just see what you're doing, or pencil cases, or you could even use it for a really good waterproof lining for something, or, you know, those really cool handbags that are clear and they just have little sort of shoulder straps on, and then you make a fabric bag that goes inside them, and then they're in the shops everywhere. But what's great about those is you can then change the fabric colour of the lining, and you just keep changing what you've got. Because I don't really understand, I have seen people with those clear bags and you can see all the contents of their handbag, and to be fair, I would not want everyone seeing the contents of my handbag because they'd see how much rubbish I carry. But anyway, this is a fantastic price to you today. Save £1.50, glass clear, supple PVC. So it's a cut piece, 1 metre. So if you order more than one, you will be sent 2 1 metre pieces because they are pre-cut. But it's a really useful thing to have in your stash. You know, I've often used them where I've just used, you know, when you do those luggage labels and you just want to put just a clear bit so you can put the name inside. You only need a small piece of that. Really good thing to have in your stash. £5.98, save £1.50 today. Fantastic. And it is great. And I know, look, ours does look creased, but honestly, as soon as you hold the steam up to it, it will just all disappear. So fantastic price, because it is a metre piece. I think it is a metre wide as well. It looks pretty square to me. I think it is. I'm sure it's a metre wide. Yeah, I think so. Anyways, that is really good price today. So put it in your basket, but please remember to check out, because if you don't check out, somebody else will take it out of your basket, and it is extremely popular today. So when if you want to buy on the website, you just need to go onto sewingstreet.com. But if you prefer to speak to a person, a real human being, maybe you want to ask them a few questions about something, just phone our free phone number 0800 001 4433. It's a UK call centre. In fact, it's just down the road from here. It's family run, and they will be able to help you. So if you'd prefer to order and pay over the phone, you can do it. So if you've got any queries about your order, or you've missed something and can't remember what the code is, to shop with us, remember that we only have 1 P&P per day. It's £3.95. It doesn't matter how many times you shop with us. You can shop once. Oh, we've got the price wrong. Oh, sorry. The £1.50 was not taken off. It's only £4.48. But don't worry, if you've already checked out, don't worry, you will only pay the £4.48. It's even cheaper than what I thought. So it's only less than a fiver for a whole metre square of PVC. So if you've already checked out, don't worry, you will only be charged the £4.48. So once you've checked out, it's £3.95 postage. You must check out because people can take things out of your basket. But you can then carry on checking out throughout the day up until midnight on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane, and you will still only be charged the £3.95. Doesn't matter how many times you check out. Our system's really clever and works all that out and knows that you will only be charged your £3.95. So that's saved £1.50. So that's kind of almost half your postage. And you are officially saving £1.50 now rather than unofficially as before. So it is £4.48. Now, I've also got something very exciting today, is the voucher booklet. Now, you're going to want to check out. Anybody who shops, doesn't matter what you spend, today on Sewing Street and or Yarn Lane, today or tomorrow will receive this voucher booklet. Now, 1 per customer. So if you buy today or tomorrow, it really is only 1 per customer. But everyone who shops today or tomorrow will receive the free voucher booklet. Now, there are over £150 worth of savings, and they're all used in September and October. Now, each voucher, I'm going to have to put my finger on the code, cover the code, because otherwise you'll know what it is. They've all got different dates on them. So this one, free P&P weekend. So that's valid on the 4th and the 5th of September. This one here is 50% off yarn, but only on the 3rd of September. So they've all got different dates on them. Keep it with you. I mean, look here, £5 off if you spend £20 on the 8th of September. 20% off online, excluding sewing machines, if you shop on the 12th of September. So some of them have got individual dates. Some of them have got like weekends, like 25% off patterns if you shop on the 22nd and 23rd of September. There's loads of them in here. Oh, free Sewing Street mug on the 28th of September if you spend more than £25. That's a nice one. All you have to do is shop today or tomorrow. You don't have to do anything else. There's no minimum order. You just have to shop. So this is a good one. 10% off everything on the 3rd of October, except for sewing machines. Free fat quarter pack, free P&P, £20 off, 15% off books. Oh, free Yarn Lane mug. That's a nice one, isn't it? 25th of October. And so there's over £150 worth of savings. They all have specific dates or days on them. And anyone who shops with us today or tomorrow will receive this voucher booklet, one per customer. Now, there really is something for everyone in there. There's a bit of Sewing Street, there's a bit of Yarn Lane, there's P&P off, there's money off, there's mugs, all sorts. We've never done a voucher booklet before. It's very nice, very, very exciting, isn't it? So get your booklet and just keep an eye on it. So have a look at each date or write them down and then think, all right, I'm going to watch that day because, oh, it's 10% off everything that day or free P&P. So if there's something you think, oh, well, I'm going to get that, then it's well worth it, isn't it? 20% off online. I'm quite liking that one. That's the, that's 12th of September. I'm going to have to remember that. So anyone who shops today or tomorrow will receive the free voucher booklet. So if you just spent the £4.48 and saved you £1.50 and got your piece of PVC, then you get a voucher booklet as well as saving £1.50. So it doesn't matter, there's no minimum spend on it. And all the vouchers are slightly different, but they are specific dates throughout September and October. And if you use all of them, you'll save over £150. That's quite good. I don't know whether we'll do them again. I'm not sure. We haven't done them before. But, you know, for nothing, well, for buying something very small, you can save £150. Bargain. Absolutely amazing. I think it must be special because it's Bird Day. They'll be flying out. Flying out, they will. Fly in. Hey. Should we go bird jokes today? And the early bird is also flying out. So if you've got it in your basket, do be careful. You do need to check out. Remember, it's a 1 metre pre-cut piece. Save £1.50, only £4.48. So many different uses for it. I've got about half a metre of it at home, and I use it mostly for little pockets and zip cases, I have to say. But I have also used it for luggage tags. Quite good for that. Good for those sort of picnics where you know what it's good for? If you want to sit on the grass and you've only got a picnic blanket, one of those sort of woolen, like a woolly tartan blanket, you could just put this on the floor and then put stuff over it. So it's really good for kids and picnics and things. All sorts. Passport cover, if you're going on holiday. Yeah, we'll be lucky. Bus pass cover. Haven't got one of those yet. But you never know. Travel card, all those sorts of things. But really, really useful. And it's lovely that they it is really, I mean, I know it looks grey here, but it really is glass. That's why it's called glass. You can see straight through it. I'll show you. Shall I show you one layer? Because it looks grey when you do it like that. But look, see? Oh, perfect for messy eaters. You could make yourself a whole apron. But it really is absolutely clear, isn't it? Yeah. Please wear clothes underneath, I would say. A bit like your handbag. You don't really want everyone seeing the contents. Well, I certainly don't want everyone seeing my contents. So, shall we do, on the special bird day, sounds like birthday sound wrong, doesn't it? Birthday, on bird day. Can't fold that back up again. We have got for you today at 8 o'clock, which is now, fabulous fabrics. We've got some brand new fabrics for you today that are gorgeous. Very autumnal, actually. Quite like them. With some special bundles and money off as well. Special discounts. 9 o'clock, we've got Jules in with us, who's going to show us the first part of the bird day, how to make this beautiful bird apron. But not only that, we've also got fantastic bird panels. We've got hexies, charm packs, design roll strips, and Jules has made us loads of projects. Honestly, it looked like a whole garden bird array had flown into the studio this morning. So she's made lots of things to show you what you can do with these. So we'll be talking to her at 9 o'clock, see how to do it. And she's going to show you how to make this gorgeous bird apron that comes all pre-printed onto a panel. Look, there's the blue tipped and the goldfinch, I think. So it goes really well. In fact, they are the same print, some of them, but there are some other ones as well, kingfishers I'd noticed that we haven't had before, which goes really well with 10 o'clock. Oh, look, she even made bunting from it, bird bunting, perfect for the garden. 10 o'clock is August Bird of the Month, which I know you all love. And today I'm going to be showing you, it's the J, the August J, how to make this lovely lunch bag. It's great for picnics, obviously, but also, you know, if you go perfect for taking into work, taking into school. You can make it so it's insulated, or you can make it so it's waterproof. I'll be showing you all of that at 10 o'clock. So that's the Jaybird of the month. So if you're collecting them, please get ahead and buy. If you want the instructions or you want the kit to make the lunch bag, then everything is on pre-order already. So if you want to buy ahead, then do that now. Look at the little lunch bag. It looks really cute, doesn't it? With the J. 11 o'clock, Jules is back with me. Quilt As You Go. She's going to be showing us, we've got 3 different designs, 4 fabric bundles, how to make this beautiful cock quilt, lap quilt, play quilt. It's a really good starter thing. So if you've never quilted before and you'd like to have a go, but you want to start easy, break yourself in very gently. As Jules says, break your teeth on it, but I think cut your teeth actually. On quilting, this is the way to do it. And she's going to be showing you step by step how to do it. So this is really good for beginners to quilting, or those of you who just want to make something really fast. You know, when you've got that last minute gift to make, this is perfect. So that's 11 o'clock. Then at 12 o'clock, we're over to Yarn Lane, and it's Yarn Lane favourites. Well, actually, it's my favourites because I chose them. So lots and lots of kits and tools and patterns and yarn. We've got a few discounts in there, a few bundles. So if you want to stock up on your stash, if you go onto yarnlane.com, that is all on pre-order now. So I've put a few discounts in there for you and put a few different things together, and things that you might not have seen or might have missed out on. We've got them back for you today. So it's a whole knitting and crochet extravaganza. Anyway, what a day. What a day. It's too exciting. So should we start with fabric? Look at this. I love this fabric. So whole new fabric collection called Garden Passion. And I think that's probably because it's got a lot of passion fruit in it. I'm going to bring them all in so you can see them, because don't they look gorgeous? So what we've done today is, well, I only say we, Kat has gone through all of the new fabric prints, and she has matched them up with a complementary solid fabric, and then put them in a bundle with a little bit of a saving. So you know what it's like. It's really, really hard often to match your print fabric with your plain. Now the plain is always cheaper, so it makes your print go a lot further, but you need to have it one that matches exactly. So because we have so many different colours, it's easy for us to match them up because we've got them, we can see them. And it's not as easy to do on the website. So we've matched all of these up. Now, all of these fabrics, the plain and the print, can be bought separately by the ½ metre if you want to do it that way. But if you want our special bundle of 2 ½ meters, there is a little bit of a saving with it. So, where shall we, do you mind? We'll start with that one. So I'm going to move the others out of the way so you can actually see them. So this one is poppy seed heads. I'm going to open it up on purple. Now the coordinating fabric, I'll put it alongside so you can see, is apple. See how well that goes. That is almost exact match, isn't it? What a lovely compliment. So maybe you think, oh, do you know, that would make a lovely little cosmetic bag, but I want a lining. This would be perfect. ½ metre makes a tote bag. 2 ½ meters, you've got the outer, the lining, you can put another little pocket on, you've got enough for straps, and you know that they'll go together. Even if you make one of those bags where it's got a box bottom and you want a different colour across the bottom, that always looks nice. This will go really well with it. So if you want to buy them as 2 ½ meters, that's £9.99. So that's a whole metre. She's got 2 ½ meters, £9.99. That's a fantastic. That's a saving as well. We'll show you. Now we are limited on this one already. We only actually have 12 bundles remaining. So let me show you what it looks like. It's gorgeous, isn't it? They're like poppy seed heads, but in beautiful colours of lime, pink, burgundy with a purple background. And I like the apple that's been chosen rather than the purple, because it really makes these appley ones pop. Look how that makes them come out. Woo! That's very good, Kat. Very impressed. Really bright, you know, gives it a bit of zest, a bit of zing, doesn't it? And it looks lovely. I mean, it is like an exact match. So you've got a bit of ochre, lime, burgundy, pink, all on a purple background. Really pretty, but you can see the sort of scale of it. If I put my finger, sort of my finger covers one of them. It is directional. We are on single figures for this bundle now. So it is directional, this fabric. I mean, it's your normal quality quilting weight fabric, 112 centimetres, 44 inches width, and then you get a whole metre of it. But it's beautiful quality. Half a metre of this and half a metre of apple. So the apple has already sold out on its own, so we don't have any. This is the only bundle that's apples with. So you can't buy the apple on its own anymore. That has gone. But you can still buy this one on its own, I think. You don't. I mean, you don't have to. We've put them together, but you don't have to use them together. Obviously, you can do what you like with them. But don't they go together beautifully? But if you want to buy just this, buy the half metre. That's coming up. That's $6.99. So there is a little saving, just a little one, not massive, just a little one, worth doing. You get a little saving by buying the two together. So $6.99 for half a metre. Now, by buying it by the half metre, that means that you can buy more. So if you want to buy a metre and a half, we will send it to you as a metre and a half piece. If you buy the bundle, it's pre-cut into the 2 half metres. But if you want to buy it as a bigger piece, you've got something in mind for this, you want to make 25 cushions, then all you have to do is sold in half metre increments. So if you want a metre and a half, put 3 units in the basket, and then you will be sent it. It will be cut specifically to your order. So the bundle, obviously, it's pre-cut, but if you buy it at the $6.99 for half metre, then you can have it pre-cut to any quantity that you want, as long as we've got it in stock. And it's nice to have brand new fabric. And it is beautiful quilting weight cotton, but it's very soft. I mean, it's got the same weight, but it's ever so soft. It's really lovely. Be very nice. Remember that for dressmaking, it's very good for dressmaking. Check your pattern if you're buying it for dressmaking, because obviously you need to check the width, because you know what it's like with dress patterns. They come in all different widths, so do check that first. But it's lovely for dressmaking. Remember that it's directional as well. All the poppy heads go one way. But so if you want to buy more than a half metre because you've got a little blouse in mind, then we will cut it to order. And there's your chance. Right, the next poppy head bundle. Oh, I like this colour. This is a beautiful, like deep, oh, I'm got upside down, deep tealy peacock colour, I'd say. And the complementary fabric that goes with this is chartreuse, obviously. Now look, perfectly matches really well. So isn't that lovely together? Again, same price as before, $9.99 for the 2 half metres. Half a metre of the poppy head. Actually, what's it called? Passion Multiflower. Okay, it's definitely, or maybe it's passion flower heads, seed heads. Maybe, do you think? Don't know. I think it looks like poppy seed heads, to be honest. Anyway, it's on teal. It's a very deep teal, like the colour of a peacock. But those go together really lovely. I like the chartreuse because it's a very sort of muted green. It's got the brightness to it, but the edge is taken off a bit. So again, if you want the two together, it's $9.99. And they are pre-cut as the bundle, so you can't have them cut into longer pieces when they're together like this. But if you do want the print fabric, the teal one, Multiflowers on Teal it's called, Multiflower. Love that. Do you know, this would be really nice for home decor, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it make lovely cushions? Pinafore, I'm thinking pinafore. Do you know, I say that every week though. I could have 300 pinafores, but it is very home decor. If you go into somewhere like Habitat, actually, if you notice, Sainsbury's has taken over Habitat. I don't know when that happened. Just noticed it all in there. It's the sort of thing that they sell, isn't it? All as homeware. It's quite modern, but a beautiful fabric, isn't it? Give a real sort of lively pop of colour to something. So use it for homewares as well. I mean, it's not just bags and cushions, is it? All sorts of different things you can make with that. Make a nice tablecloth. Only $6.99 for a half a metre. Now, if you want more than that, then obviously you can. And remember, brilliant for dressmaking as well. Love the colour. So I think what I would do is if I was going to use it for dressmaking, I would get a little bit of this as well, because this would be perfect for putting as a binding around the neck or adding an extra border around the bottom of a skirt. If you know when you get the A-line skirts, it always looks really nice if you put sort of a 5-inch border panel across the bottom. Right, so if you do want the chartreuse on its own, it's £3.49 for half a metre. So if you're thinking, well, yeah, I do want those together, but I want to buy more of the print and more of the chartreuse, then yeah, we are selling them as 2.5 metres, but we're also selling them separately. So if you want to buy the chartreuse on its own, it is £3.49 for half a metre. And then on the right, there you can see, I'm not very good at that. How do you do that? There you go, did it? Not very good at that. Like, it's like trying to work in the mirror. I saw John doing it on the air the other day and I thought, how does he do that? I just can't. I ended up with my hands all over the place. Good job, I'm not a weatherman. I'd be pointing to Scotland and I'd be talking about Cornwall and pointing to Scotland. It'd be terrible. I'm not going to do that. Right, the next one, should we do the pink one? So same print, but in a lovely, lovely pink. This reminds me of strawberry ice cream. The background, I think, is the colour of strawberry ice cream because it's slightly creamy as well, isn't it? It is definitely. You know, sometimes you can get those Mr. Whippy vans, especially in France, where you can actually get other flavours. That is exactly the colour of the strawberry ice cream that comes out of a Mr. Whippy van. They should have called that, shouldn't they? Passion multi-flower on strawberry ice cream. But with this, Kat has chosen claret, which picks up beautifully. Look at that match. The darker seed heads. That's beautiful, isn't it? So again, £9.99 for the bundle. Half a metre of the strawberry ice cream, but that's called pink. Garden Passion multi-flower fabric, and then half a metre of the claret plain fabric. And it goes together really well, doesn't it? In fact, if you bought a few of these bundles, they'd make a really lovely matching set of things. Because I always like to have matching sets, but they're in different colourways. It just looks lovely, doesn't it? So you could make like a big weekend bag with one, and then you could make a wash bag with another one, and then a little cosmetic bag with another. What a fantastic Christmas present. £9.99. You could make yourself probably two tote bags with that, I reckon. That's a lot of fabric, isn't it? £9.99. And don't forget, every customer today gets the voucher booklet. Now we'll just move it down. Don't forget. You only have to shop today or tomorrow. Don't have to. There's no minimum spend as long as you buy something. We won't just give it to you. You've got to buy something. Fabric on its own. So if you love this and you're thinking, I've got a fantastic idea of what I'm going to make with this. Because you know, if you've got other fabrics in your stash, maybe you're thinking, I just really want to make a really bright quilt. Then this is perfect. If you use some of the plain fabrics, then you make the fabric go further. So if you want more fabric than this, it will be cut for you to order. So just put the number of half-metre units that you want in your basket. £6.99 for a half-metre. And this is beautiful quality quilting weight fabric. So for £6.99, that's really good value. I love that. It's like your normal 112 centimetres, 44 inches width. But the other sort of plain fabrics we do have by the half metre. So say you love the claret, but you also, goes with it beautifully, the chartreuse. Look. So I'm thinking now we've got a quilt, we've got sashing, we've got borders, we've got binding. Because don't they go together really well? Isn't it? It's interesting when you lay them out like that, how the claret just brings out those darker heads and makes it look darker. But when you put the chartreuse next to it, it pulls out the green elements and makes it look lighter. But it's a really nice way when you're choosing and buying fabric, always lay them out like this or lay them in rows. If you're thinking about, well, I want to add some binding to something, then put it at the top. Because then you can immediately see, or what I often do, is if you put your plain fabric down like that, and then you think, well, I want to bind it, but I don't know what colour. Put your print one there, and then just fold it over. You can immediately see what it's going to do and what it's going to look like. So if I did that with this one, for example, let's look at the difference. Completely different look. It's a really good way of seeing what works. And then if you really can't decide, what you do is you put both of them down. We're just doing a little binding lesson. Kat's saying you need to get crack on, but just have a little lesson. So if you do that, now you can, let me move it over, you can see immediately. And when you're trying to choose fabric, my advice is always don't overthink it, just go for your gut instinct. Which one do you immediately like the best? And whichever one you immediately like the best is the one. So don't think, kind of close your eyes and then quickly look. But if you want me to show you different colours of different things, just message in studio@sewingstreet.com and I will show you the different ones. It's really interesting because my immediate reaction is the chartreuse and Kat's was the claret. So there you go. There's no right or wrong. But don't overthink it. Just go, yep, that's the one. Those are all the poppy heads. I wonder whether, do you think maybe they're passion flowers? Maybe that's what happens. The most popular one is the one that I showed you first, which is the purple with the apple, interestingly. You never know. I think, actually, of all of them, my favourite one is this one, the teal. I think that's beautiful. Love that one. But I love a teal. I love a teal. It's lovely, isn't it? There's less than 15 of those left. So I'd like to do the passion fruit. Are they passion? Yes, the passion fruits. Right, should we start with the pink, which is like the strawberry ice cream? So let me show you them all together first. This one has a lavender with it, but for some reason they sent us the wrong colour from the warehouse, so we haven't got that. It's coming. As soon as it comes, I'll show you, but we got the wrong colour by accident. So that one will have a lavender with it, but those are the three colours. Now, if you've already bought one and you want another one to go with it, look, those two, same colour. But actually, the best thing about a fabric collection, that's why I love buying fabric collections, that's why I like buying fat quarter packs and design rolls, is that all the colours in this collection and all the prints go together because they've been designed as a collection. There's a reason behind it. So if I just give you a little sneak preview, look how beautifully that one goes with that one. And goes with that one. See? Just mixing and matching. They are all on the website. If you go onto sewingstreet.com and you click on watch live, you can see below you all the fabrics. They're all on pre-order. So if you want to have a look, like I've just shown you how some of them go, it's probably easier to do that on the website because you can see them all together on one page. So if you're thinking, actually, do you know, I love passion flowers, I love those colours, I'd really like to make a quilt and I just want to, just simple sort of square block or a 9-patch quilt or something, then you can see them probably easier on there because to compare the colours next to each other. So let's go bright pink and lime. So look at this print. We'll have a good look at the print first. Now this is, again, your $9.99. You get a ½ metre of the print fabric, which is Garden Passion Leafy, what's it called? Leafy, it's disappeared. It was called something. It's coming back. It's coming back. There we go. Leafy fruit on pink. So you get ½ metre of that and you get ½ metre of lime. Oh, the lavender's just arrived. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've got the lavender now. Don't worry. So let me open that. And then you get ½ metre of lime. But I'm going to open this up so you can look at it properly. So this is your passion fruits sliced in half. And whole ones. This is very kitchenware, isn't it? But, you know, maybe you want to make it, it's a lovely, because it's pure cotton, it would be perfect for making napkins. If you want to add a little bit of an update, bit of zest, maybe you've got people coming round for dinner. You know, we haven't really, I think the summer's been rubbish this year, although they said today there's going to be a heat wave. But then when I was listening on the radio, they said, oh, it would be like 18 degrees. That's not a heat wave, is it? I think we've been sold short. But it's just, But if you want to put a bit of colour and a bit of just, you know, just a bit of warmth and zest, isn't it? Make yourself some napkins with this. ½ metre will make 2 napkins. But if you want to just add some colour to your kitchen, whether you want tea towels, a new apron, the little drawstring bags that you keep your fruit and veg in, this is perfect. So in the bundle, I love the leaves in that beautiful lime green. They match perfectly with the lime green half metre that comes with it. Isn't that lovely? It's nice that, isn't it? Goes really well. I think because they're opposite in the colour spectrum, I think that the green and the pink really, they make each other stand out. They're not sort of competing because they're the same sort of tonal value. So they're not competing, but they just work together really well. So half metre of each, £9.99. Absolute bargain. Absolute bargain. But if you just want the pink and you don't want to buy the bundle, particularly because you want more than half a metre, and then it will be cut to order, £6.99 is for the half a metre. If you want the solids by the half metre, just go on the website and they are all there. They're all £3.99. Sorry, £3.49. Cheaper than I said. They're all £3.49. So if you want them, go on to www.sewingstreet.com. Got confused then. And click on Watch Live and all the fabrics are below there. Should we do the lavender that was missing? Because it arrived, hooray. So in this bundle we have half a metre of, is it turquoise? Just blue, but it's like a very beautiful clear Mediterranean sea sort of blue, not English sea or English sky, but it's a beautiful, yeah, like Mediterranean sea blue. It's tricky because Kat said, oh, I didn't want a dark purple, didn't want to have a green. So she's gone lavender, and actually, doesn't that look lovely together? Really beautiful, doesn't it? So it's the same as the outside of the passion fruit, but just a shade lighter. It's lovely, isn't it? It looks really nice together. And I love the blue on that. It's so summery. So if you want half a metre of each, remember they are both quilting weight cotton. They are both 114 centimetres, 44-inch width. So they can be used together in the same project with the same weight, which obviously works better to put together. So you're getting a whole metre of fabric there for under £10. What a bargain. Now, if you want the blue fabric on its own, number one, it is available for £6.99 for half a metre, called Garden Passion Leafy Fruit on Blue. There we go. And remember, you want more than half a metre, you can have more than one half metre. Just put that number of units in your basket. Do you want it basket? Should we show you again? Look at it. Look, there you go. That's what half a metre looks like. It is nice from distance. Lovely shirt. I'm thinking, what was that the other week I was into? Pyjama bottoms. Cotton pyjama bottoms. Who would look lovely those? Make everybody a pair this Christmas. And then when it's all wintry and rubbish, you can put on your lovely cotton pyjama bottoms. Final in the fruit one is green. Now, we haven't had a green one like this before. I love this. It's like a real fern leaf green background. So half a metre of this one. It's got the same purple fruits on, but it really is those, you know, at the moment, all of the, well, by my pond, all the ferns have unfurled themselves and looking really glossy. That's the colour. If you're walking through the woodlands and there's ferns, I think everything in my garden's in shade. It's either north facing or it's under a tree. So I've got lots of ferns. It's that fern green. That's half a metre of that with, not green, obviously, because that would be boring. Magenta. It's beautiful, isn't it? I like this because some of the passion fruits are a really deep purple like that one, but then you've got others that are a bit lighter, and then the very edges of these are, where they've been cut in half, really are magenta. So that's a beautiful contrast. And then if you want the green by the half metre on its own, is £6.99, half a metre. There we go. I'll give you a little 360. But doesn't the magenta go well with it? But, you know, if you think, well, actually, I need 3 metres of this, I only need half a metre of the other one because I just want to do a little bit of a binding or something, then you can do that. You can buy the magenta by the half metre, and then you can buy print by the 1/2 metre. So it's up to you. There's loads and loads of different choices, because I know, you know, you are an amazingly imaginative and creative bunch, and I know you'll all have some lovely ideas. Please message me, and if you've bought the fabric and you know what you're going to do with it. I always think I'd like to work in a fabric shop. Well, I guess I do in a way, but like, you know, a live fabric shop. And I always say, what are you going to do with that then? And I'm always really disappointed when I go to a fabric shop and people don't ask me, just because I've gone in with a plan. So if I ever come to your fabric shop, can you just ask me what I've come for? Let's do a book next. So if you've bought the fabric, but you don't know what you're going to do with it, then let's give you some ideas. Because sometimes you buy the fabric, well, if you're like me, you do. No, I know quite often I go into the shop and I know what I'm going to do, but I do have a lot of fabric I'm not sure what to do with. So if you love the fabric and you want some ideas, Debbie Shaw is a brilliant person to go to, because she has so many ideas. Half yard home, easy sewing projects using leftover pieces, or new bits that you've already just bought and you're looking for an excuse of what to make with. So let's go through and give you some ideas. So this book, $9.99, and there are, does it say how many projects? Because there are loads of projects in here for $9.99. Oh, there we go. Yes, loads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 32, 31 projects. Right. For $9.99, bargain, absolute bargain. Anyway, you've got all the normal technical information, sewing details that Debbie always puts in her book, how to do all the different things, and then she moves into the projects. Yo-yo cloth, that's lovely, isn't it? You just put little yo-yos around the edge of things. A cube basket, that uses up loads of leftover pieces. You know, if you're going to store things, I've got one of these cube baskets in the middle of my kitchen table. It's full of chocolate limes. Sometimes it has fruit salads, but it currently has chocolate limes in it. But really good for storing fabric and threads and spools, or putting one by the front door that you chuck your keys and your wallet in. But look lovely with these. Magazine box, wouldn't that look lovely with the all that purple passion fruit? That's the one I'd put in. A vase sleeve, reversible knitting bag. So remember, you see, wouldn't the bundle look nice in that? Because you'd have the plain as the top and the handles, and then you'd have the print as the main part of the bag. Coasters, placemats, hanging heart. So look at these napkins, 31 projects. And see, look, napkins, for each napkin you need 2 squares of fabric measuring 23 centimetres. There you go. You can get loads of napkins out of that. Napkin rings, table runners. You know, from your 2.5 metres, there's so many different things you can make. Oh, like the little fabric bowl. Oh, it's got Battenbergs in. Can we just look at that? Look, they're like baby. I've never seen those. They're like baby Battenbergs. I've not seen those. And fondant fancies. Never seen them. Well, I've seen the big Battenbergs, but not a one. I need some of those. And look at the fondant fancies. Yeah, and I guess you could make a little fabric bowl to put in it. Then we're in the kitchen. So look, we were talking about this earlier. Wouldn't particularly this one here. I think this is perfect for kitchens because it's got that strawberry ice cream background and really leafy. I think that's lovely print. You've got apron, carrier bag storage, oven glove, tea cosy, all in there. And again, because in the bundles we've got the 2 fabrics, this works perfectly with that. Oh, coffee cosy. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? So you can match your, if you're thinking about, you know somebody who loves coffee, is always having a coffee break, buy them a cafetiere and a mug. You can get these really cheaply from supermarkets. And then make them a little cosy. You could even embroider their name on it across the top, buntingy bit. What a lovely present. So if you've got a friend who loves coffee, that's a great present for them. Tablet holder, brilliant for when you're cooking. Or when you're watching YouTubes of how to do something and you have to keep rewinding it all the time and you've got it right by your sewing machine. I'm usually sitting on the sofa with mine, learning a new crochet stitch, and I have to keep going backwards. So this would be perfect because I'm trying to sort of prop my iPad up at the same time. There, and this is the present for the person who loves the tea. Make them a tea cosy. So much in here. I mean, even, little things like a cafe curtain. I mean, what she said here, that only took half a yard of fabric. Amazing, isn't it? Love the pumpkin pillow. So you could use all different fabrics for those. That's really pretty. I mean, it's, you know, just little things like that. You've got, you know, you're on your bed or a spare room or a little armchair and you just want to add a little zest of colour. That's so quick and easy to do. I like the jewellery roll. Again, nice present. If you're buying somebody some jewellery, make them a jewellery roll. Put their name on it. Suddenly your present looks amazing. Bit of bunting. I think that's quite nice, actually. Punt along the back of your bed. Every day's a party. Garment protector. Oh, God, we're into picnics. So this keeps going, this book. We're into picnics now. Picnic placemat. Bread bag, but this is really useful. I saw somebody put on Facebook the other day, where can I buy or how do I make potato bags? Same thing, drawstring bag. But rather than just having a plain fabric, it's always to keep your potatoes in the dark. So if you make yourself a drawstring fabric from the outer, and then you like this one, and then you line it with the purple, your potatoes are very, very in the dark. But they look pretty in the kitchen. You can just pop them in the corner. Mice keep eating my potatoes. I have to keep them in another room now. How weird is that? Didn't even know I had mice, but they keep eating the potatoes. So, lovely, lovely book. So if you want some inspiration, that's the book for you. Good morning, Rebecca. The studio looks fab with the birds and colourful fabric. Very cheering. It smells like an autumn day here, but it's only August. Do you know, I know exactly what you mean, that smell. It smells like autumn, doesn't it? It's a really, it's hard to put your finger on, but it does smell like autumn. It's so cheery in here. Right, next one, let's do the flowers. Now there are 3 colourways in this fabric. Obviously we've got them in the bundle. So the 3 colourways are the blue. There we go, we've got the blue, the yellow, we haven't had a yellow one yet, and purple, but it's not purple, it's more of a pinky purple. So the blue, it's gorgeous. Let me open the fabric so you can see it. It's lovely, this. It's almost like a lily pond, isn't it? So that it's not plain. The other fabrics that we've shown you've got a solid, not plain, a solid colour background. This has got a texture to it, a bit like a colour wash texture of a really lovely blue. So it actually does look like, I mean, they are passion flowers, but it does look like a lily pond. It's that sort of texture of fabric. So 1/2 metre of that, and then in the bundle you get 1/2 metre of imperial. Very, very deep purple. So, I mean, that works with a lot of them because a lot of the passion fruit, the fruits, have got a deep purple, but it works particularly well with this. I think it brings out the blue, makes it shine, and then it picks out the purple. Just the little lines in the passion flowers really picks those out. So if you're making a tea cosy in that, oh, this one's very popular. I'm not surprised. It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, we only have 11 bundles of this one left, but it is lovely. It's really popular on pre-order. I'm not surprised. There's so much you can do with a 1/2 metre, 2 meters as well. And again, because we have selected them specifically so they go together, you don't need to think about that yourself. But if you love the blue and you don't want the bundle, but you want the blue on its own, whether you want 1/2 metre or whether you want 10 metres, it's £6.99 for 1/2 metre. We will cut it to order, as I said before. Let me give it a little waft for you. It's beautiful, isn't it? What a lovely, lovely colour. But look, how nice. What a lovely dress. Sorry, Elliot. Every time I do that, it goes, "What's your mic?" Yes, I know. I forgot. But I'm just trying to show what a lovely dress or blouse that would make. I love that. Very, very popular, this one on pre-order. It's such a lovely colour. But remember that if you buy any of the fabrics from this collection, they all go together because they have got the same greens or the same blues or the same purples. We've got a question from Tricia. Good morning, Rebecca. I love your dress. Did you make it? I didn't, which is a shame because it's a really nice fit. I quite like the fact it's a bit loose here. Always like a bit of looseness. And it's got pockets. No, I bought it, and I bought it a couple of years ago. So I wish I had, you know when you get a dress which doesn't happen often that you just really like the fit of and you think, I wish I'd made that and then I can make another one. But it's got birds on, and I love birds. Goes with the theme of birthday. Mustard. This is mustard, but it's not your sort of really deep orangey mustard. but it's got that textured background. If you get in a bit, can you get a bit closer, Elliot? It's got quite a mottled background, so it has a more earthy look to it, sort of slightly brownier background. And then the passion flowers themselves are lovely clear white with little darker pink, I'm not sure what those things, markings. Anyway, in this bundle you get 1/2 metre, this beautiful pink, what is this one called? Raspberry. Yeah, see, look, picks up that perfectly. Doesn't that look lovely? Goes really, really well together. So if you want 1/2 metre of the Garden Passion Flowers on mustard, with the hand-selected by Cat raspberry toning fabric, £9.99 for the 2 pieces. That's a whole metre of fabric for £9.99. And to get it under £10, it's just brilliant, isn't it? Because you know that the print and the designer fabric is always more expensive. So we make it go a little bit further for you. But rather than putting it with cream or navy or black, let's put some colour. And those colours go together, and it's not always easy to select the colours. So we've done it for you. So that's £9.99. Cat spent ages on this hour. So if you want just the print fabric on its own, there it is. £6.99, 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre. Isn't that lovely? It took Cat ages with a shade card. Then she had to get all the fabrics ordered. Then she realised that they weren't all right. So then she had to change her mind again. It took ages. But you know what? It's worth it, because it's a shame if we put fabrics together for you and they don't work. Right, and then the final one in this passion flower is the one with the pink background. But it's, I wonder what pink that is. More like a fuchsia pink, I'd say. But because the background is slightly mottled, you've got a lot of different tones, and it looks textured. It looks like it's printed on a linen. It isn't, it's cotton, but it has that look to it. It looks like it shows up more on this one. It's the same texture on all 3, but it does show up more. But it looks like it's printed on a linen with a slub, but it's not. It's just the way that the fabric is printed. And then with that one for the £9.99 is Imperial, because it really does go, doesn't it? It really picks out those. And I love those 2 colours together. They look beautiful together. And I think it looks really nice. I'll show you. So if you want them together, let me just put them so you can see what they look like together, because that makes a difference, doesn't it? That's what it looks like. Look, if you put them as a border. It actually looks really classy like that, doesn't it? Because it's quite muted, but it gives it a really nice sort of dominant, colourful edge. I always think of Kay Fassett when you do things like this. He always puts together, he wouldn't put ivory or cream or something. He'd put a bold colour, and it works ever so well. And that's what he said, is be brave with colour, because it does work really well, doesn't it? You know, if you wanted to make, I made a friend got married once, and I didn't know what to make, and they had everything. You know, those people, they have everything. So I made them a set of napkins, and I made some in prints and some in plains, and then I embroidered their names on the corner of each of them. As well as, like, I put her name and his name, and then on the others I put like guest 1, guest 2. So they could use their napkins, whoever came round. Oh, sorry, I've just put it all away, sorry. Pink on its own, sorry. If you want just this one, getting carried away with by my napkin story. Anyway, it was a lovely present, and they still use them. And so if you want this one on its own, the right way up, £6.99 for 1/2 metre. Okay? Right, just fold that one up. And we have 3, I haven't got long left, but we have 3 more fabrics for you. Just fold those up. If you want the Imperial on its own, if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then scroll down, you'll see this one's called Imperial. You will see it on its own. So you can see it there in the bundle. But if you just want the Imperial, you can see it. Maybe you want more than that because you're going to do something else with it. We do have them on their own. No, can't find it. Or if you just go, if it's not there on Watch Live, actually, if you just go onto sewingstreet.com and in the search bit at the top, if you type in Imperial, you'll be able to find that one on its own, and then you can buy it. And again, because we sell it by the half metre, if you want more than half a metre, oh, there we go. So if you want more than that, then we will cut it and you can have it cut as one big piece. But it's just if you want the bundle of the... Oh, the Imperial sold out. Imperial sold out. Sorry. Obviously, a lot of you are loving purple this morning. So let's do the next bundle. I like this one best. Can I do this one, Kat? This is gorgeous. Oh, there's a lot of effort. There was a lot of problems with this one this morning. I'm not sure why. But anyway, it's all resolved now. Garden Passion Poppies on teal. Isn't that absolutely beautiful? That is a dress. When you look at it like that on screen, you can see, because, let's just move those. Because some of them are darker than others, it looks like they're dancing, because the lighter ones almost have more movement and they shine out. So this bundle is 2 half meters. So you get this one, the plain, and look at the matching. I mean, that is fantastic, isn't it? This is very, I mean, a lot of the ones that we've chosen have been really sort of bright, contrast, colourful. This one is much more tonal, but it is beautiful together, isn't it? You know, maybe you were making cushions. You could make the cushion front, if I would do like the top 2/3 of it in the print and then the bottom third in the plain. And then you can do the same on the back and you could do an envelope cushion. I mean, that's lovely, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. But if you want the bundle, that's the 2 together. But I think this is absolutely definitely dressmaking fabric. It's crying out to be a dress. And if you made yourself a sleeveless dress with this, you wear it, or a short sleeve, wear it in the summer, but in the winter, put a long sleeve navy or teal colour top underneath. Beautiful. I wear a lot of my summer dresses in the winter. You will be seeing this bird dress in the winter with a long sleeve top underneath, because they do look nice. Gorgeous, isn't it? It's only £6.99 for half a metre. So if you want more than a half metre, it will be cut to order. But it is beautiful. I think of all of them, this one is my favourite. Just because of the way, well, I like the colours. Teal always appeals to me. But the way that the brighter, lighter ones really sort of dance. Love that one. But we also have the same print, but in 2 other colourways. Let's put them together now. I got overexcited and had to get them all out in one go. I'm supposed to do them together. So these are the 3 together. So we've got, that's the, I'm just turning the right way up. So that's the one we've just done. This is it with the purple background. They look like sweet peas. I know they're not, are they? But they're that sort of colour. And then this is the one, is this red? Sort of a deep burgundy colour. So let's get the purple one out. I'll open it out so you can see. There we go. And then that's what it looks like. So you've got red, deep purple, lighter pink flowers, really vibrant green leaves, and then on this lovely dark purple background. And then this one, look, and look how well that matches. Look, with the pink flowers. There we go. Fluff. Ooh. Bit fluff. There we go. I'm going to put that straight. I feel it needs to be straight. Beautiful together, aren't they? Love that fabric. I think this is my favourite print, actually. It does, I mean, I think they're poppies, aren't they? But this one particularly reminds me, it's the colour of sweet peas. So if you want the bundle, £9.99 for half a metre of the light pink and half a metre of this purple poppy print. But if you want to buy the purple poppy print, buy the half metre, it's £6.99. There we go, give you another look. £6.99, it's called Passion Poppies on Imperial Purple Fabric. There's too many P's there, aren't there? £6.99, and if you want more than half a metre, as always, if you put that number of units in your basket, then it will be cut for you as a whole piece. And one last one, because I am swiftly running out of time. This one is on, I would say, like a wine-coloured background. They've called it crimson. It's absolutely not crimson. Because crimson is bright red, like the colour of a postbox. This is the colour of a nice Merlot. Maybe not as dark as, maybe Merlot in a glass rather than in a bottle. But it's definitely not crimson, so ignore that. But it really has, the poppies are beautiful. You've got them in a sort of a pale salmony pink with a brighter pink. I mean, if anything, the poppies are crimson, but the background is wine. And in this bundle, you have got emerald. Ooh. Again, opposite ends of the spectrum. They go really, you know, opposite sides of it, so don't they go well? And what I like about this is that the leaves are all different shades of green. So the leaves that are this green really stand out when you put it with it. Whereas if we put this with a darker green, the darker leaves would stand out. It's quite clever, really, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? So if you want this crimson that isn't crimson by the half metre, then that's on the screen at the moment. The code's $6.99 for half a metre. And again, you can buy more than half a metre and it will be cut for you as a whole piece. Right, just to what we're about to go to the break, and Jules is going to be on with the first bird show. But if you want the August J Bird of the Month panel, just warning you, it is almost about to sell out. The panel on its own, we still have it in the kit with the instructions, but the panel on its own is almost sold out. So if you want to get ahead, go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, scroll down. You will see it on pre-order then. So if you want it before we go on air with it at 10 o'clock, it has almost sold out, so you need to get it now. Anyway, we're trying to restock them, and you know, but if you wanted it today, just remember we're about to sell out. Don't forget, anyone who shops with us today gets the voucher booklet with over £150 with loads, well, I went through it earlier, loads of savings, all to be used throughout September and October, and they've all got dates on them, so you can't just use them throughout September and October. So some of them, 25% off patterns, only valid 22nd and 23rd of September. £20 off when you spend £150, but that's only on the 20th. So they've all got different dates on them. Doesn't matter how much you spend. There is only one per customer, because we do have to have some limit on it. But if you shop today or tomorrow, doesn't matter what you spend, you will receive the worth over £150 worth of savings. And they're all on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Doesn't matter where you got. Anyway, coming up after the break, we've got Jules with our first bird hour of the Bird Bonanza. Jules is going to show us how to make a beautiful bird apron and also what you can do with our bird panels. So thank you for joining me so far, and I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining two of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire. So I think I've got a combination of two really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people. And I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. Bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining. And I got quite a lot of stick from that. But you know, in my defence, I was a new romantic and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career. And I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
And welcome back to Sewing Street for the first hour in our Bird Day Hour Day. Bird Day Bonanza. There's a lot of bees today, I have to say. No, it was peas. And it's not birthday, it's bird dress, birds. Bird Day. So to start off with our Bird Day Bonanza, we have a special Bird Day bundle. Bird Collection Fabric Panel Mega Bundle. And look at that, save £12.99. Now, we gave a Bird Collection Fabric Panel Mega Bundle, so save £12.99 to Jules. And she made absolutely loads with it. Shall I show you what's in the bundle to start with? Right, so we have got to start with these are so big. The 5-inch, are they 5 inches? Yeah. 5 inches charm pack, but you have to cut them out. They're printed. So on here you have got 40 5-inch squares. Now some of them feature individual birds, like here the goldfinch, and they've got the names on. Some of them have got lots of little birds. Some of them just have prints, but they all feature the same colours and the same colourways. So everything goes together. So you can join all of these together. The beauty is that they are separated slightly, so you can cut them to be exactly 5-inch squares, and then you've got 45 inches. You can keep them together, don't cut them at all, and just quilt between the lines. But they are just lovely. There were so many different books and pattern things that you can use with these, that because they are specific, you know, your normal 5-inch charm pack square. But aren't they lovely? Look, we've got, should we have a look at it all? We've got a robin and the bluebird, kingfisher, goldfinch, blue tit. Now some of these, like the bullfinch, you will recognise if you've been following Bird of the Month. This was the March Bird of the Month. They are the same birds, but there's also, to keep it fresh, there are also other birds which don't feature in Bird of the Month, like the kingfisher. But aren't they lovely? And the bluebird, we haven't got that one in Bird of the Month. But they're really lovely, aren't they? So on that panel, you get 40 5-inch squares. So that's one panel in your Bird Collection Fabric Panel Mega Bundle, save £12.99. Right, the second one is massive. This is your strips. So, wow, this is really big. So these are 2.5 inches wide, 40, no, they're not. They are 55 inches long, and there are 16 of them. So I had to just have a look to read. Now, on each of the strips, you've either got birds or you've got prints, or birds on prints. But all the colours go together. So this one, you've got a line of bullfinches, and then a line of robins, a line of kingfishers. This one's just a plain one that will coordinate with it. So again, you can cut them into individual strips. If you've got a pattern or a design that uses design roll strips, you know, there's loads of books that says things like jelly roll quilts, because that's another word for design rolls, all that sort of thing. You can use these for it, just cut them up. But you can also use them joined together. In a minute, I'm going to show you what Jules did with hers. But so you can use them all joined together as one. If you've been collecting Bird of the Month, and maybe you've made some of the items from Bird of the Month and you want to use some extra panels and you want the design roll strips, because on the Bird of the Month panels, we have these design roll strips. You want some more, you love the birds, this is perfect. So look at that, 16 of them. I mean, it is massive. I'll hold it out for you to show you, because it is 55 inches. Look, that's one bit of it, and that's the other. I mean, look how big it is. Really big. 16 of them, 2.5 inches wide, all featuring beautiful birds. Now, these are completely exclusive to Sewing Street. You cannot buy these anywhere else, only here. Now, we will be selling them individually, don't worry, but if you want to save £12.99 and you love them, you get all 4 of them for £54.88. This is the next one. We're going hexie this time. So these are 2-inch hexies. Now, the way a hexie is measured, if you're an EPP fan or you use patterns for hexies, when they're given a name, 2 inches or 1.5 inch, 3/4 inch, the measurement is the length of a side. It's not across or down or that way, it is the length of the side. But these have got the seam allowance added, so if you wanted to use them for EPP, these would be 2-inch hexies, but these have already got the 1/4 inch seam allowance added, so that isn't 2 inches. That will be more than that because you've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. So if you've got 2-inch hexie squares paper pieces, you can use them for these. So you have got 60 different hexies here. Now, as you can see, some of them have got the birds with the names on, just like the charm pack. So you've got goldfinch and robin and kingfisher. Some of them have got mixtures. So this one's got a robin and a bluebird and a goldfinch and a kingfisher and a blue tit. So some have got mixed birds. Some of them are just prints that coordinate. So you can cut them out. You can do EPP with them. With the hexies this size, you can actually machine piece them together as well, as long as you pivot properly and carefully. But you can machine piece these together. So you could make yourself a beautiful hexie quilt. You'd need more than one of these to make a big hexie quilt, but this is one of them. So we will be selling them separately, and then you can multi-buy them if you want to. But if you want to save £12.99, this is one of the ones that's in the bundle. And then the final one, because you get 4 panels in this mega bundle, is the Fat Quarters, which Jules made a whole reversible waistcoat out of this bundle. Yes, I'm not sure what, Jules thought, Fat Quarter waistcoat. Obviously, pretty, yeah. Fat Quarter waistcoat. Look, that's what Jules made from this Fat Quarter panel. So on here you have got 4 fat quarters. All of them feature birds. They're not your normal fat quarters. They are bigger than. So a fat quarter is normally 20 by 22 inches. These are 27.5 by 19.5 inches. So you get 4 of them. So they're extra large ones. So some of them, like this one, is just bluebirds. No, this one's bullfinches and bluebirds. This one's blue tits and goldfinches. This is one of everything. And that one is one of everything. But they all coordinate. All the colours that are in here, they all go together. So that's your fat quarter. And obviously, they will go with all of the other panels that are in this bundle. So if you want all 4 panels, £54.88, saving £12.99. Now, you cannot buy these anywhere else, but you can get them individually. You can only buy them from Sewing Street. They are exclusive to us. So if you want to buy them individually, if you want the fat quarter panel on its own, Jules has made this beautiful waistcoat. And this beautiful waistcoat, look, lined as well. Oh, there's a picture of it there. Look, lined. See? Beautiful. And the book cover, was the book cover made with this? No, that was made with the other one.
So that there was a few little bits left of that one, but mainly
that was the waistcoat. That was the whole waistcoat from that. This is £19.99 for extra large fat quarters, which is a bargain because quite often your 4 fat quarters cost £19.99 anyway, but you're getting them extra big. So when you see a fat quarter project, you get it. It's nice to have a little bit extra as well, and you can make a whole waistcoat. So that's that one. If you want the hexie panel, hexies are really popular, I'm not surprised. What we must do a machine pieced hexie project. I'll do that at some point because it's a really good thing to do. So you can make yourself a whole hexie quilt with this. Or you can make bunting like Jules has done, which is behind. Have we got a picture of it, or are we going to just show it behind Jules? I'm going to show you a picture of it. So you can make bunting with this. It's coming. There it is. Look. Just sewn onto cotton tape.
Yeah, and I used the white pieces of the backing that you've got there as the backing of the hexes.
Oh, okay. So the white bits
and the
around
tape,
the edge.
yeah. So I didn't use anything else. I just used what I got
that panel
of
and
the waist, if you like.
Wow. And a bag. Where's the bag?
No, the bag's out of the fat quarter.
No, the tea cosy.
Yeah, tea cosy and the oven gloves.
And Jules made a tea cosy with that. So remember I said to you at the beginning, you could cut the hexies out and use them individually. But if you keep them on the panel, look, there's your bird tea cosy. And actually, all you're doing is cutting them, and then you can just quilt along the lines. The oven glove was also made from the hexie panel. And this is the whole thing. I mean, Jules made the oven glove and the tea cosy from this panel and the bunting. That's quite a lot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All from one panel.
Yeah.
So you can make oven glove, tea cosy and all the bunting all from one panel. So if you know someone who loves birds or you love birds, what a lovely gift. So many different things. Or you can do EPP with them. All you need to do is cut. You can actually print them out 2-inch hexies, or you can buy them in packs. You can do EPP with them as well. Isn't that lovely? So if you love birds, and remember, this is completely exclusive to Sewing Street. You cannot buy these anywhere else. £12.99 for the panel. Next panel is the design roll. Massive, massive, this one. Not this one. We're doing the squares first. Right, because there's not many panels left. So we're going to do squares first. But I'll keep that one there because I've unfolded it all. So there's the squares. Remember, they are 5-inch squares, so like your normal charm pack. There are 40 of them. But say you've made Bird of the Month quilt and you want them for the cornerstones. I mean, look, they're just like miniature. They're miniature birds. They're beautiful, aren't they? You'd have to, I mean, they're too big for the whole quilt, but you could cut them out for them. They'd look lovely. If you were doing the Bird of the Month quilt and you wanted to add these as the little inside corner, for the edges, they would look lovely. So that's one half of it. Anyway, don't think you only get that because you get the other half because there's 40 of them. Oh, that's sold out. Squares on their own are sold out. Jules made a bag. I'm going to show you the bag anyway, though. Look. But if you buy the mega bundle, you can still get all the squares. Isn't that gorgeous? Look, whole bag. And the straps were made from the white bits that you get on the edge of the panel. But the lining was done with one of Jules's fabrics because she didn't want to waste the birds on them. But isn't it lovely? Gorgeous. Very, very exclusive bird bag. Nobody else would have one of those, except for Jules.
Especially with the birds upside down. I just wanted to be quirky.
Yeah, they're flying birds.
Yeah.
And then finally, the strips. So with the strips, they are 2.5 inches wide, 55 inches long, and there are 16 of them. And Jules made some quilt blocks, which I quite like actually. I like these. Well, let me show you this one. So this is cushion cover in log cabin. That's really effective, isn't it? But it's great. What a lovely cushion to put on your kitchen chair. Just put your laying your binoculars on when you're looking at all the birds in the garden. I mean, you don't have to cut them into strips, but Jules has also made some quilt blocks to show you what you can do with these. And we've got some different ones, and we've got labels on, so we know. This is the Disappearing 9 patch. I'll turn it round. You can go whatever way you want. So if you bought this, then you can make yourself a whole quilt. So this is just one quilt block. So say you think, well, I love that quilt block. I'm going to buy the panel, and then I can make lots of the quilt blocks. This one is maple leaf.
And that was the charm.
Oh, and that was done with the charm pack. Oh, okay. So if you buy the mega bundle, you know, you can make, this one was made with the 5-inch charm pack. But a whole maple leaf bird quilt. And then this one was made with the strips, and
it's just double-sided.
What's this one called then?
So that was just an end of whatever it was.
This is made up.
That's a made up one.
This is a Jules quilt block. Because that was made up with just the end bits. But look at all of the different things that she made. Oh, and the book cover.
So that, I didn't cut them apart.
Right, so with this, but I'll turn it over so you can see the back. This is where they haven't been cut apart. They've all just been kept like that, which makes it really simple.
I did quilt it, so you
it's quilted, you can do that. But you know, if you wanted to make a really simple cushion and not cut it all apart, that's so easy, isn't it? Makes it so much simpler, and you've got it there already. And then she's made this gorgeous book cover. It's got a nice zip pocket in the front to put all your bits and pieces in, and then you can put your book inside the Bag Making Bible, obviously. Simple, just flaps round, and then if you put a zip in the front, you can keep everything. So you could use it to cover one of your books, or a loose leaf folder, or your bird watching guide, sketchbooks, notebooks, or your travel wallets. But because this is all all the strips have been kept together, it just makes it so much easier, because you just use it as, rather than as, I know it's printed in strips, but you can then just use it. Look, and we've got, look, kingfisher and a goldfinch, little egg cozies, so sweet. Oh, we've got a message from Susan. Good morning, Jules. Lovely to see you back on. Lovely samples this morning.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thanks, Susan. That's a lovely message. I know they're great, aren't they? Isn't it lovely to see, you know, you see all these things and you have your own ideas of what you could do with them, but it's really lovely to see what other people do with them. You think, oh, yes, I'd like to make that. We've got a question from Dawn. Morning, all. Loving the show. Where did the pattern from the oven gloves come from?
Well, it was a kind of a made-up one.
Sort of a made-up
We have done
one.
patterns for oven gloves before. But
the Debbie Shaw book that we had on
Yes.
earlier, she had oven gloves.
Yeah, but I mean, they're fairly straightforward,
Yeah.
but there is a pattern in her
In
book.
her half-yard home, there is an oven glove pattern in there. So those all, so you can buy them all individually, except for the charm packs, which is now sold out. But if you want them all in the mega bundle, save $12.99. There are only 20 of those left. So now, let's move on. These were just the add-ons. Don't forget, if you shop with us today, voucher booklet. Have you got yours yet?
Not yet.
No, she hasn't got hers yet.
You have to wait a minute until I've been back in the green room.
So anyone who shops with us today gets the voucher booklet. There are vouchers in here worth over £150. They've all got different dates on, they're all for different things. So we've got things like free P&P on the 11th of October. We've got 25% off patterns on the 22nd of September. We've got £5 off. We've got free mugs. They're all dated. I'm not going to show you all because all the codes are in here. Then you'll pinch them. £20 off. They're all dated, but anyone who shops with us today will be given one of these. Or tomorrow, one per order. Sorry, not per order. One per customer. Not per order, sorry, I'm slap. One per customer I know, they said to me the first thing is don't say one per order. It's not. It's one per customer. I know they should have said that. Lethal, because it's in my mind now. Anyway, over £150 worth of savings for anyone who shops with us today. Right, so we're going to do aprons now. So if you look behind me, this is a lovely apron, isn't it? And this is the one we're going to start with, teal. And that has been eau-de-coated as well. We will talk about that in one moment. If you're thinking, what is she on about? Now, let's show you the panel. Now, the one I showed you in the photo is, there's two colourways. This one is teal. Teal has been the most popular on pre-order. Now look at this panel. It's gorgeous. You know, this could be kitchen, but it could be gardening as well. So on one side, you've got the whole apron from the top, all the bottom. And I love the way it's all been designed for you. You don't have to think about this. You don't have to make this and work out how the prints are going to join up. It's all been done for you already. So you've got your central panel with all the birds and then the lovely bird coordinating print. If you've bought any of the panels already and you're thinking about making some kitchen items, all of the prints and the colours and the birds, all exactly the same, so it will all match. On the other side of the panel, you have got the pocket, which you will see in a moment. The pocket fits exactly on top of the birds, so that when the pocket's in place, you won't see it. It's magic. And then there's the pocket lining, and then these are all the ties and straps. And then that's a spare piece for doing whatever you fancy doing with. So everything's on here, even the instructions. So you haven't got to have anything separate. It doesn't come with the separate instruction or anything. It's all on here. It's beautiful, isn't it? But, you know, you've seen these. You saw them in the panels. All of the prints, all of the colourways. But in the mega bundle where you save £12.99, the apron panels don't come in that. Those are separate. Those are all the pre-cut, so the hexagons and the strips. So this panel for the apron with everything you need, including the instructions, £17.99. Absolute bargain. Teal Bird's apron with everything you need. It's ever so popular so far on pre-order. Really, really quick. Perfect if you want to make a quick apron for yourself, but all for someone else. Nice gift. Nice gift. Loads of space on here. Personalise it. Put their name on. Put a special message. Nicer than a birthday card. And you don't chuck it out afterwards. You wear it forever. So it's a lovely personalised thing. Embroidered Barbecue King on it. Chief Head of the Kitchen. Might encourage them to be chief head of the kitchen. Best cook in the house. Give it to somebody else and then they might want to become that. So, or if you fancy making a matching pair, we have exactly the same, but in lilac. Now, this is the one that Jules will be showing you in the demo, so you will get to see more of this. It won't be just a one-off while I open it up. Exactly the same print. So what a lovely pair. Maybe you know someone who's getting married. Fancying the Mr. and Mrs. apron. They'd look lovely, wouldn't they? Put their names on it as well. You could even embroider their name on the top of it. So this is the lilac version, exactly the same birds, but just in a lilac print. So that's the apron front. And on this side, you've got the pocket front, you've got the pocket lining, and you've got all the straps. And exactly the same as the other, you've got the instructions at the top. But, you know, this is crying out for a bit of embellishment, isn't it? That kingfisher is just asking to be embroidered. So if you wanted to put a bit of metallic thread, you could do it with machine thread. You could do it with hand sewing. You could just work the eyes in French knots. If you're going to do that before you cut it out. It's a lot easier to do all the applique embroidery before it's cut out. But it would look beautiful. If you think I want to add a bit of extra to this, put a bit of embroidery in it. And the lovely thing is because it's in colour blocks, it's very easy. You could just do, I'm just going to embroider the eyes or just the beaks or part of the colours or just backstitch over the names. But do think about that because it's always nice to put a little bit of extra on it. It gives it sort of a certain 3D appeal. So £17.99 for the lilac version. Now, I'm going to talk to you about the eau-de-coat. So this is eau-de-coat. If you've not seen it before, it's magic. It's a special gel. I'll show you what it looks like. It's a bit like PU glue, but it isn't PU glue. Don't think it's the same thing. It doesn't work in the same way. This is eau-de-coat. If you brush it on top of a fabric, it makes it waterproof. It starts off, it depends how many coats on it, can be water resistant, and the more coats you add, the more waterproof it becomes. And that's what Jules has put on her apron. So when we talk about OD coat later, it's great for aprons, obviously, but you can use it for all sorts of things like, you know, children's bags, cosmetic bags for the linings of things, but it is brilliant for the aprons. Anyway, good morning, Jules.
Good morning.
Good morning. And is there anyone you'd like to say hello to this morning?
Yes, actually, I would like to say hello to Lynn and Della and my girls. Just because I said I would.
Yeah, there you go. Good morning,
and
Lynn
everybody else,
and Della.
obviously.
Good morning. Nice of you. I'm glad you. Hope you're joining us this morning. Now that we've both said hello to you.
If not, it'll have to be on the rewind bit.
Jules you've been so busy. So busy.
Well, they gave me and I just thought, well, you know, I've got a bit of time. Let's see what we can do. And I wanted to try and get as much out of each panel because I wasn't sure that you were doing a bundle, you see. Just so that you could see what you could actually get. But now I know you were doing a bundle. You could have actually used all of the smaller pieces for the quilt top and the stripes for the back.
Yeah,
because
yes,
that would
actually,
make
yes.
a good quilt size.
Yeah,
really.
if you've got the whole bundle, there's so much you can do with that.
Yeah,
isn't there?
absolutely.
So we're going to do the apron today.
Yes.
So where do we start with that then? Is it easy?
Yeah, very straightforward. Really perfect if you're a beginner. It's
Right,
really good
okay.
if you're a beginner because there's not a lot of stages. But also if you want to, as you say, whip up a quick gift for somebody, that's really useful. You could probably, if you were fairly experienced, do this possibly in about an hour and a half.
Right.
If you're not so experienced or it is your first project, take your time. You don't. It's not a race.
No, but it's certainly, you've got a birthday
certainly
coming up in a couple of days' time.
You could, very definitely put a bit of time in and you would be able to do it.
Nice.
So very straightforward. And as you say, you don't have to look for patterns or anything like that. It's all on the panel and the instructions are all on the panel as well.
Okay.
What I've done with the apron that we've got here on the stand is that I've gone off-piste a little bit. So if you have a look at the instructions, it shows you on the pattern that you've got the side tapes and the top tapes as separate tapes.
Yes.
Which you can do, absolutely you can do. What I've done on there is instead of doing two side ones, I've actually joined it across the centre.
Oh,
so just
okay.
used one across the centre. And you
Right.
can back that as well if you want to. So it can be a double-sided piece.
Okay, so that's up to you whether you do it tied
Entirely up
or...
to you. Entirely up to you. And obviously the pockets on there, you can either top stitch the pocket if you want it to have a slightly
It's
rigid
clever,
top.
isn't it? Because you can't see the pocket.
No, no.
So if you come over, I'm going to show you the pocket. 1 second. Just got to move. Elliot, put your cup of tea down. You need to come and show this. Ooh. I'll bring the person to me. She says, in hope. It's a bit wobbly. Hang on.
Yeah, she's had a bad night, hasn't she?
Right, look. So, there's the person. That's my glasses. Okay, right. So, there's the person. Now, look, you see, you can't see the pocket. It looks like there's no pocket, but look, you get your hand in. Because the way that the print is done is that the pocket fits exactly over, so you can't see it. That's magic, isn't it?
And it's really handy because you're matching the letters. I think that's easier to match
Yes.
than actually sometimes the pattern.
It's clever, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like that. So the pocket matches exactly. So that means if you don't want to add the pocket, you don't have to add the pocket.
No.
Because you will still get the same print. But if you want to, look, it matches exactly.
And also, if you don't want to add the pocket, you have got two
You've got two
decent
squares.
size. Yeah,
Yeah, you've
and
got
also,
two napkins.
Don't forget, you've got also you've got your instructions, which once you've used them, it's the same quality cotton.
Yeah.
So
you
you just use it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's your pocket. And if you don't want it to be on the same, you could use the other side of the pocket, couldn't you?
Yeah.
If you wanted, because the other side on this one is a spotty teal, is the pocket lining there. So you could use that as the pocket on it if you wanted to, because that's the lining of it. Anyway, lots of different options.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I'll keep her next to me.
And the other thing about the, we were saying that everything matches exactly.
Yes.
I can definitely tell you it matches exactly because I got a bit carried away when I had the strip panels and I used one of the apron strings for the strip panel. So I have got different ones. Okay. But yes, it works. It all just to show you it works.
But then it does all match.
Yeah.
It's all mix and match.
It is when it's at my house. So the first thing that you're going to do is cut everything out. So you need to cut it out on the printed section. So this would have had a white piece next to it. So
seam allowances are included.
Yes, absolutely. So this would have been like this.
Yes.
So I would have cut it straight along.
Yeah, you just cut along the outside edge because it's all...
On all of your pieces, really. And then the first thing that you're going to do is make sure that you have sealed the edges by making a little hem on all the edges. So you'll want your ironing utensils because you need to press the seam first of all. So you're going to press it 1/4 inch so you've got your raw edges going to the inside, and then you're going to press it over again another 1/4 inch so that you've then got a hem.
Right.
So let's do that, and I'll just show you how to do the corner pieces as well. So if we just do, now of course I'm measuring this exactly at 1/4 inch.
Yes, I can see the is the mini iron back in stock? Love the mini iron.
Get one of these.
Because it's got steam.
You need
I think
it.
it's just magic the fact it's got steam. If you want it, there it is, $39.99. And it's Prim's, really good quality, isn't it? Those rubbish travel irons you get that are rubbish, almost pointless in owning.
Yeah.
If you don't buy one of these for your sewing and then take it on holiday with you because it's got a little bit that you can put water in, and it's really good.
And it's diddy, isn't it? It's
so diddy.
Yeah. So you've done along, over and over, you saw what I did. And then when you come to your corners, the first one underneath, you've got it over to the raw edge.
Yes.
Take the second one over to the raw edge. Then take the first one over to the second edge, if you see what I'm saying. And then do the same again for the other one.
Okay.
So then you've tucked all of your raw pieces, she says.
I see what you mean.
Inside, and made a nice little
Yeah.
boxy corner. And what I would do then, you don't really need to pin around this, but on the corner pieces, I would just put a little...
Oh, just a little clip.
Yeah,
That's a good
I mean, it's not
idea,
going to fit
isn't it?
right in, but you just want to...
Just
seal
holds it.
Yeah, and you don't really need to do these unless you particularly want to, but if you pressed it hard enough, it's fine. And then when you've got your curve, because obviously some people are a bit worried about curves, don't be worried about the curve. It will follow around because you've gone against the bias then. So what we mean by the bias, instead of being at right angles across and up and down the fabric, we've actually cut across that.
Oh, okay.
So it will curve nicely on its own.
Oh, nice.
So don't be worried about that. So just press it in. And I obviously gave myself a little bit more than the edge there, but it doesn't matter. As long as what you're doing on one side, you're doing on the other, it'll be even enough. So I'd press all the way around, and then we'd just go back and do the corners. The corners are probably the most fiddly part about it, really. And you would also do this exact same thing on your straps. If you're going to have them loose straps, so the 2 at the side and 2 at the top. If not, what you'll do with the top one is take the 2 pieces for the top strap and put them right sides together, and then sew it and then turn it through like you would do a bag handle.
Yeah. So it's worth taking your time like you're doing to get it all pressed.
Yeah, because then it makes the sewing part so much easier.
It's all in the preparation.
It is.
Which we don't really want to do, to be fair.
Well,
but it's worth it.
Yeah, definitely is.
Well,
worth
no,
it.
I sort of start off, but I think, oh, well, actually, I just want to get on with this.
But then you get into it, don't you?
Yeah.
And you just think, oh, I'll get that right first.
But it is worth it. It's so worth it because actually, the time you save unpicking.
Yeah. So that's
It's
that.
worth it.
So now I'm just going to, because I've done the other sides, so I didn't think you'd want to see me do all of that.
No,
And what you
we're
want to
loving
do now is sew just on the edge. So probably less than 1/8 of an inch. Don't worry if it's not exact. Either match your threads. I've gone different. I've gone with a slightly darker thread. But match your threads if you want to. It's quite a nice lilac, so I thought I'll highlight it. But if you're not confident with sewing straight, that's fine.
Super matches threads.
Yeah. I sew like I drive, which is not necessarily straight.
Which motorway will you be going to?
It's fine. Same way as you today, actually.
It's a slightly different time. If I see Jules on the motorway today, she'll be the one weaving.
I've got your car marked.
Yeah, she'll be the one weaving from one lane to another.
Don't worry, we get there in the end.
Yeah,
it's all fine.
Everyone else moves out of the way.
Generally.
Good job there aren't any cyclists on the motorway.
Well, they shouldn't be there anyway,
No,
should they?
exactly.
They've got their own little lanes
Not
now.
today, anyway.
Right, okay, so up this side, and
Make
then
sure you stop in the farm shop services. I tell everyone it's my favourite services in the,
The
whole
farm
country.
shop?
Yeah, farm shop services, M5, back junction 11.
Oh, okay.
It's brilliant because it's not a chain. It's like a farm shop, but it's a service station.
Oh, in the name, really?
Yeah, it's just brilliant. You can spend a fortune there.
Oh, well, perhaps not so well.
But it does really good coffee and cake. But
See,
it's like, like a farm shop.
Yes.
That's got all those lovely sort of locally produced. Everything comes locally and it's got lovely meat and cheese and gifts and things.
Yeah.
You could actually do all your Christmas shopping in the farm shop services. It's got something for everyone. Like
Listen,
a brilliant garden centre.
Are you on
farm
retention
shop.
there?
I should be. I actually should be because I go there every week, twice.
Oh, well, that's a bit of
But it is halfway between here and Bath.
she says, in my defence.
In my defence. And
it's a
even
necessary
has grass
stop.
on the roof. Like a Teletubby house. So you need to stop, don't forget.
Yeah,
I'll question you next
yes.
time.
And what did you buy?
And what did you buy from Farm Shop Services?
All right, so that's completed the front panel. So then you'll do the same with your straps. Exactly the same thing.
So just hem them, right?
Yeah, hem them round. And as I say, if you want to do so that you put the top one as a single strap rather than two straps. As you can see, I have no longer matching straps.
You have different straps.
You
yes.
will have matching straps. I don't.
But you just got a bit carried away.
So what you'll do is you'll put two. If you want to do it like it is on the dummy there, you put the two together and then you'll sew them around at 1/4 inch, just leaving a gap in the centre. Or you can leave one of the ends. It depends how you want to turn it through, how you find it best.
Yes.
If you've got a turning tool, you'll leave the gap at the ends. If not, leave it in the centre.
And I guess you could put a button if you wanted it to be adjustable or
Yeah.
a bit of Velcro.
Yeah, you
Not
could.
Velcro, is it? Hook and loop.
Hook and loop, yes. Hook and
If
loop fastening,
you wanted
yes.
to use that. So if you wanted it adjustable, if you're making it for someone else, you could do that, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could do
I
that.
quite like the extra wide strap like this, though.
Yeah.
I think that's quite nice.
I think sometimes when you're trying to, if you can't get your arms up and around, it's better to just have it to put over your head, isn't it? So, and you can always kind of hitch it up on the waist.
I always have to fold my apron sort of over by one because I'm a bit short.
Vertically challenged.
Vertically
but what you
challenged.
could do, you could make it so that you did an extra hem.
Yes,
so you
I
can
could make it to fit
personalise,
me,
can't
couldn't
you?
I?
Really?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's all the bits, if you like. I'll show you how to fit that on in a second. And we'll do the pocket now. So with the pocket, again, you've cut the two pieces out, put them right sides together. And what you're going to do here is you're going to start at the bottom, go all the way round, and then we'll turn it through, press it and fit it on.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll whiz around that. If you've got any updates to do, that's...
Play with a little bit of music.
Yeah.
We'll have a little chat about the farm shop services.
Lift music.
Now, of the mega bundles, there are only 10 of those left. That's the one where you get all the 4 panels together. So there's the 5-inch charm pack square. There's the design roll, it's like the generation game, is it? The design roll strip that's got 16 2.5-inch by 155-inch strips. There's the hexy one that's got 40 hexes, I think.
Yep.
60.
Oh.
60.
What was 40 then? Oh, it's the charm.
Hang on a minute. Hang on.
40 was the charm.
But you can't get the hexes on their own now. There are 60. There are 60 hexes on there, so you can't get that on its own now. And then the other one in it, is the 4 extra large fat quarters. So if you want all of those, £54.88, and you can make all of these lovely makes that Jules has made, including the waistcoat and more because she had left over. Say £12.99. Bird Collection Fabric Panel Mega Bundle, £54.88. Some of you are asking about the bird of the month in the next hour. So the panel on its own is very limited, but it is. But we have got it as the whole kit, which includes the instructions for the lunch bag. But we're trying to get some more back in stock, but it is very limited. So if you're going to get the bird of the month, which is the J, and remember, all the colours in the bird of the month coordinate with all the colours in the prints in this bird panels, aprons as well.
And you get all of the instructions, don't you?
Yes, all the instructions.
So that's really good, because you might keep your bird of the month as the bird of the month, but you might make
you might
other bits out of this.
I'll make exactly. So yes, if you get the instructions, because I did as a separate set, and we're on August now, so I've done 8 separate sets of instructions, but you can use them for any of these panels or makes, because they don't just work with the panel. You can use them for anything.
I think it's fine.
So you turn your pocket.
Turn my pocket. So when I get to the corner, what I do is put my thumb right into the corner. First finger pushes it down, second finger pushes it over, and then pull that through, and it makes a squarer corner.
Oh, nice. Rather than breaking it with a pair of scissors.
Well, you could if you wanted to. I did that last time.
I do that all the
Thought
time.
I'd do something different
You
today.
say, don't turn this right sides out with a pair of scissors,
Yes.
like I am.
However, today we're going to do it.
However, today we will.
We're going to live
So that
dangerously.
pocket looks really odd now, because it looks like it's got cut off birds.
Yeah. Well, that was another reason why I made the waistcoat. I just couldn't cut everything in half.
I know. It seems a shame to cut through the middle of a bird, doesn't it?
So what you'll do at the bottom where I've left the turning gap, just kind of manipulate it to get your
Yes.
quarter of an
So I
inch.
guess with this, the getting your seam allowance right is important, so that it matches.
it just looks better, doesn't it?
It doesn't really
It matches better.
too much.
And then you just squish it flat. Now, it depends. If you're used to making bags and things like that, you want to top stitch this. You can top stitch it, but obviously you'll then see the pocket. So
Ooh,
the
yes,
instructions
yeah.
do say top stitch. So top stitch if you feel
Oh,
happy
right, across
and
the
you want
top.
a firmer,
Yes.
yeah. But if not, don't, because otherwise it will not look right. So now, don't worry about sewing that just yet. What you'll do now is just match it up.
Ooh.
And if you, and say do the letters.
Okay, yes, because that's probably an easier
I'm
thing
kind
to
of
match
not at the
up.
right angle, but you get the general idea. So once you've got the letters, let's move that, because otherwise when I put the pins in it will stick in the board. Once you've done that, it will all match up.
So we've got a question about eau de coat.
Ooh,
Morning
eau de coat.
again. Do you use the eau de coat before putting the pocket on,
So
Jules?
I didn't, because I know you can sew through eau de coat, and that's not a problem. But what I didn't want to do was be doing everything and doing stuff that I didn't need to do, if you see what I mean.
Right,
So
okay,
I
yes.
only eau de coated where I needed to. So if you have a look at that, I didn't eau de coat the top panel around the neck, because I
yes.
wanted it softer to go around
Oh
your
yeah,
neck,
no, that's fair enough.
because the rest is actually slightly stiffer. So
And you haven't eau de coated inside the pocket?
I didn't want to waste it, and I didn't want to do
point,
anything
yes.
that I didn't need to do. So I actually fitted it all together first, and sewed everything together, and then I eau de coated.
Well, that's the great thing about it, isn't it? Is that so that if you've got the eau de coat and maybe you've got like a cosmetic bag that isn't waterproof, you can just turn it inside out if you want just the line to be, and you can paint it then.
Yeah.
So you don't have. But if you want to, it actually makes cutting out fabric much easier if you've eau de coated, because it's really crisp.
Crisps it up.
But you can do it either way. It really doesn't matter.
No.
And you'll find that the more coats you put on, it changes. So it's with one coat, it's a slightly rough and it's sort of water resistant. But the
Yeah.
more you put on, once you get to over 3 coats, it becomes like a oilcloth.
Yeah, definitely.
Really glossy.
I
So
mean,
it
this
tends-
I did 2 coats on that.
Yeah, so
I-
that's enough. That's like wipe
Yeah.
clean, isn't it?
And the first coat took about 20 minutes to dry, and then I left it overnight when they had the second coat on it, because I thought I just want to make sure that it's all
Right,
doing
okay.
the job, really. But yeah, if you want to cut it after you've eau de coated it, it's fine.
Doesn't really matter
No,
either way.
no.
But I guess with something like this, because you're constructing, it's probably the only thing is if you wanted to be waterproof inside. That's
Yeah.
all. But they work either way, and I've done it both ways to
Yeah.
see. Because I didn't quite
And it's
believe
very
that.
straightforward. The only thing, you actually get like a little credit card that comes
do
with it.
you?
Yeah. I decided to use the credit card, and then I found that to put it on was a little bit messy. So I got an old paintbrush and painted it on.
I've only ever used a brush. I've never done the credit card
well,
thing.
I painted it with a paintbrush. You probably, a 1/2 inch brush is
Yeah.
better than the little paintbrush that I did. But anyway, so paint it with a paintbrush, and then after that, go across with the card, because that then makes sure that you've done every section.
Oh, I see.
And it takes up the surplus, so it's
Oh, of
easier to dry.
course. Oh, that's a good
So you
idea.
want
I just
thinner.
painted it.
Well, I started using the card now. No.
But that spreads it out better. Oh, well,
Yeah, yeah.
I'll have to remember that when I use it next time.
And then, so now I've got my panel with my pocket. So I'll just go around and when you've got the edge of the pocket, just so from off the edge and over onto it, so that it secures your pocket top, because obviously you're going to be pushing your hands down into it, aren't you? Let's go back. And then just literally go round and secure it on there. And that's as hard as it is, really. I say the actual positioning of it is probably more your challenge, really.
You've got about 10 minutes left, Jules.
So do you want me to, I'll fit on a strap as well.
Yeah.
And just, let's
I know, but it's good to see the pocket
whiz down.
placement.
So when you get to the bottom here, I should have folded it a bit better, but you will take more time and do it. And then you just zoom across the bottom to secure it and close it up.
Okay.
Up the other side, and we're done on this.
So again, it's up to you what thread you use, whether you want to use a matching thread or a contrast thread. Actually doesn't really matter, does it? Because it still matches up.
And as I say, I've got a purple and I've got lilac underneath in here. So it just does a contrast. So, you can say that that's what you were going to do anyway. You know how that goes.
Another message from Dawn. Thank you for the advice, ladies. I've never used eau de coat before, but I have bought it along with Apron. You won't regret it, Dawn. Honestly, it's brilliant.
Yeah,
it's one of those things, once you've got it, you think,
what can I?
And you end up sort of, well, I've got my paintbrush out.
May as well just,
May as well just.
My next thing is the trainers.
Yes. Everybody's clothes in the house.
Yes.
But
Are you sure you didn't want it?
Pants, socks. But there's just so many different. It's really good, and it actually lasts quite a long time.
Yeah,
but it's worth experimenting as well. Have a go with something and put more and more coats on to see what effect you want as well. But it's brilliant. It's really good stuff. Love it.
So you'll have made your ties. Just have a look at them, because you'll have a right way up and a wrong way up if you like. So if you want your birds flying the right way, just have a quick look at the beginning.
Which these things are important.
And then when you're doing the side one, just follow the line down. Oops, tug that a bit. And you'll place it underneath along the line. So you want the tie, the top of the tie, can you see where I've gone there?
Oh, yes, you want it slanting down.
Yes. So do that and put a pin in the side. And then you'll see, once you turn it over, that actually looks as if it's wrong, but it's not, because you followed the line down.
Yeah, I see.
Can
what
you see
mean.
you haven't got your full square
It
under
looks
there?
funny on the inside, but it does follow.
Yeah.
Yes, because you want that curve to continue, don't you?
And so we'll just secure that. You're probably best to do. Well, I followed the line of the stitching that I got there, so I would come across here and then down, and then you'll need to do another square, so that you've got it nice and secure on there.
So it's
you
not
know, like
just
you do
one
on your
line.
bags.
Yes. So you've got an extra, just a bit of security
Yeah.
in case you pull your apron too tight.
So I'll show you what I mean. So if you go
Be
down,
good for gardening, this apron, wouldn't it?
yeah. And you could make out of if you bought the panels as well, you could make like a gardening set, couldn't you? Some gloves and
Yes.
all sorts of bits, a kneeler and all that kind of thing. I sound like I know about gardening, don't I? No idea.
Well, in the bird of the month, was it last month? Yes, I did a garden kneeler. So we do have the instructions. That's just beside you there.
Yes.
There
you've
was a
got patterns
garden
for that?
kneeler and a garden apron. So if you want instructions for doing that, we have got those as well. Oh yeah, because the apron's on the one behind you. But you could use the bird of the month. These bird panels, whether they're the sort of the strips or the fat quarters or whatever, you could use them for making the garden set. So many choices. And actually, do you know what, that Eau de coat would be very good for a garden kneeler.
Yeah.
Because I put a waterproof back on the back of it, but you could Eau de coat the front.
And it's still washable, isn't it, the Eau de coat?
Yes, amazing. It's
So-
honestly magic stuff.
Yeah. And then I'll just do a little cross. So you're going round and round.
Yeah, I like that. It says it provides protection. Yes, you could like paint the knees of your jeans.
Yeah.
So, but maybe you had gardening trousers. You could Eau de coat the knees, couldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm liking that's a great idea.
You see, don't go to your house because
Don't come to
everything
my
will
house.
be.
Yes, but it also resists against stains.
Oh, down the front then.
Yeah, so just like the front, you could have a special bolognese T-shirt, couldn't you? That's pre-Eau de coated.
Sounds a plan to me.
Curry top.
Yeah.
The bolognese T-shirt. Oh, this has been pre-Eau de coated.
There we go. So, apologies that I tucked that in beforehand. But anyway, you get the general idea. So you'll do that on both sides.
Yes,
And then whatever your
whatever
top
your loopy
version's
thing.
going to be,
Yes.
that's what you'll do at the top. And that pretty much is...
That's
it,
very
really.
quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why you then go think, oh, I'm going to do a little bit of
Eau de coat.
embellishment. A bit more Eau de coat. Actually, it's quite interesting when you read the back of it, all these other things, that you can use it for collages, because I guess you can use it for sticking as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
All sorts of things.
No, it's all good stuff.
Well, thank you very much, Jules.
That's all right,
It's
you're
been
very
great. Love the
welcome.
apron. Don't know which colour I like the best, actually.
Well, as you say, you could have two
matching
different
set.
ones, couldn't you? So you could have a teal and a lilac.
Indeed. Teal is still in the lead.
Ah! Sorry, I didn't demonstrate that well enough then. There you go.
Yeah, so teal is in the lead. That's the one, $17.99. That's the one in the picture now. And then the lilac one is the one that Jules has been making. Have I got the panel? Oh, yeah. Yes, I do. I was thinking you'll have to go over there. But no, I do have the panel. So if you want to make the teal one, let me just open it out because then you can actually see the front of the apron, which is the most important part. Let me just lay it out. There we go. So there's the lilac one that Jules has been doing. Same price, $17.99. Everything on it that you need. So it's got the pocket lining, all the straps, and the instructions. $17.99. All you need to do is choose the colour, or if you can't decide, get both, and then you can have a summer one and a winter one. Or one for you and one for your friend.
Or one for the kitchen, one for the garden.
One for the kitchen, one for the garden. Whatever you fancy, really. But $17.99, so that you just need to choose between the lilac one and the teal. Thank you, Jules.
You're very welcome.
And we'll see you back here in an hour
Indeed.
for Quilt As You Go.
Yes.
She's been very busy,
Yeah.
Jules.
Got
I
nothing
know,
done at
especially
home.
look exhausted when she got here. All these items, she's made so many things. But as always, very informative, learnt loads,
Thank
always
you.
good. So I will see you back here in another hour.
Lovely.
Do we have any panels left, Kat? So the fabric strips are left. So well, there's less than 10 actually, but that means there's still a chance. Please, when we get to this stage where it's starting to really sell out, if you've got it in your basket, please do check out. Because if somebody else puts it in their basket and they check out, it comes out of your basket, like somebody pinching it. So you do need to put it in your basket and check out. And remember, anybody who shops today or tomorrow, only one per customer though, will get the voucher booklet, which has over £150 worth of saving. Each one of the vouchers is dated. That doesn't mean, I've lost mine. When I say dated, I don't mean old-fashioned. I mean it's got a date on it. Yeah, mine's just slipped into my pocket. No, I've got it. Look, each one of them has a date on it. And there are lots of different sorts of vouchers. I'll show you, but I've got to put my finger on the code so you don't know. So 25% off patterns, free thread set. I'll just read it out to you. Oh, free Yarn Lane mug on the 25th of October. But there's all sorts of savings and special offers, whether it's there's free P&P on some days, all different ones. Anyway, anyone who orders with us today or tomorrow gets the free voucher booklet. After the break, coming up with the rest of our Bird Day bonanza is Bird of the Month. And this month, because it's August, it's the jay. And I have made it into a lunch bag. Look, there it is. So I'm going to show you how to make your very own lunch bag using the jay, and we'll go through all of the past panels. We've got more of the panels and we'll talk about it. If this is the first time you've ever seen the Bird of the Month and wonder what I'm on about, I will explain to you the next hour. So I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time. Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags, as you can see. I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilt As You Go. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you've got something bulky going underneath your presser foots. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello and welcome back to Sewing Street. So I look a bit disorganised, I've lost the tape measure. Anyway, I'm back now. So it's all about Bird of the Month. Now, if you've not seen Bird of the Month before, I'll just explain to you quickly. If you have, just hum for a minute. So Bird of the Month is, we started it in January and we have got a different bird every month. And we have a panel, and on the panel is the bird and complementary, not free, but matching, complementary coordinating fabric strips that you can use with the bird to make other things. So you can collect them. A lot of you have been collecting the birds one every month to make into this stunning quilt, which is behind me here. Look at this. So in January, we had a wren. In February, we had a pigeon, which a lot of you didn't like. So we then put an owl in as well, so that you could choose whether you wanted an owl or a pigeon. I can't hear you. Oh. I can't hear you, just saying. It's all right, come back. Then we had an owl. Then in March, we had the bullfinch. Yes. April was the blue tit. May, I can't believe I can remember this, was the great tit. June was the starling. July was the magpie, but because some of you didn't like magpies, because I know a lot of people think they're unlucky, we had a wagtail as a separate choice. And then this month is the jay. So for the jay, now what I did then is every single month I wrote a new set of instructions of something you could do with the bird. Now obviously every panel is exactly the same size, the birds are the same size, the strips are the same size, so there was a different set of instructions every month, but you can use any of the instructions for any of the birds or anything else, to be honest. You don't have to use the birds. So we sell the bird panel separately, the instructions separately and together in a kit, and we've also got all of the previous months as well. So, but if you buy the kit with the instructions and the panel, you get £1 off. Now I've got behind me lots of the different makes, so if you're wondering what they all are, I made the wren into a cushion, and there's another cushion, there's a cosmetic bag. We had a peg bag, so you could have a JPEG bag. There were messenger bags, tote bag. We had, this last month was the garden kneeler. Oh, there's a space now. I'll put that in this. So we had a garden kneeler with matching garden apron. So in the last hour, if you wonder what I was talking about when I said we did the garden kneeler, if you want instructions for the garden kneeler, we can put that in as well. So I'll put that back up here. There we go. And there was a garden apron with that. And then this month it's the lunch bag, which is here. It's a nice size, isn't it? So you get all your sandwiches and a packet of crisps and probably a penguin and a Kit Kat and a drink. So inside, now you can choose how you do this one. With this one, I've put insulated wadding in, which we are selling separately. This is why this looks quite thick, but it keeps your lunch hot or cold because it's a special, very compressed wadding, which makes it insulating. So it's like, it's got a box base. It's got a handle. I've put the name, because on the panels, I'll show you in a minute, they all have the names of the birds. But you can also do it, when I show you how to make it in a minute, you can also use our ripstop fabric that we sell by the half metre, and that works perfectly for the lining if you want a waterproof lining. But if you've got any of the other birds and you want a lunch bag and a different bird, you can buy just the instructions separately. I know it sounds really confusing. So in the kit, you get the instructions and the panel. So let's have a look. There we go. There's the J. Oh, I've lost you again. Oh, that's better. So isn't it lovely? The J. It's got beautiful, like a minty green coloured background, and then is a lovely sort of muted, almost cappuccino tones. And then underneath it, you get 2 labels for J, so you can use those to label your projects or not. All the birds on all the panels are the same size, but I think he's lovely. I love this colour. And what's lovely about all of the birds is that they are all slightly different colours, but they've been designed so that they all go together. So if you are making the whole quilt, they will all go together. And I know there are a lot of you who are buying more than one of each panel so that you can make an even bigger quilt. And at the end, which is December, after that, we will be selling a panel that is all the binding and the border strips and the cornerstones so that you can create the whole quilt if you've been collecting it. Because it was all designed and all printed beforehand so that we could make the quilt to show you. So we are there. We've got a long way. We've got a long way. So if you want the panel on its own, look, it has the bird and all the strips. We only have 3 left. So we are going to try and get some more. If we don't get them today, hopefully it'll be in the next few days. But at the moment, we only have 3 left. So it's £9.99. You get the bird, and then you get the 2.5-inch strips. There's 5 of them, and they're 43 inches long. So almost your full 44-inch width of fabric, almost. And the majority of the projects that we have done, we have used these strips. These strips are not used in the quilt. They are used for either the projects that we've done or your own designs, but it just all blends together. And it's what's lovely is that the colours are in here and the prints echo the tones in here. So you know that whatever you make, it will go together. Right, if you want to make the lunch, so in the kit is the panel and the instructions. If you want the instructions just on their own, maybe you've bought one of the other birds or you've got something else you want to make, these are the instructions for the lunch bag. Now, obviously, they have written around the bird, but you can use other fabrics for them. You don't have to use the bird. You just have to cut it all out. But there you go. So you've got everything you need to know. The ingredients, the notes, the method. I've got photos of every little step so you know how to make it. There's another picture of the finished one there. And all the instructions of how to do it. And I talk through whether if you don't want to use insulated wadding or you don't want to make insulated. But this is great. I mean, obviously we've taken it, it's like perfect for a picnic, but you can use it to take to school, take to the office. You know, it's great. Rather than taking things in plastic bags, you can put it all in here. And all it's got is a little button and a bit of elastic. So as well as the panel, if you're going to make this, you will need the lining fabric and a button and a piece of elastic. And if you want to use the insulated wadding. So if you want the insulated wadding, you only need, let me give you the exact measurements of what you need. You need 20 by 30 inches, which is 50 by 76 centimetres, so half a metre. So that's all you need. Now this is a metre, so you make 2 lunch bags of this. For £9.99. Now look, if you look at it, what's great is it's quite thin. It looks a bit like felt, so it's like a thicker felt is what it looks like, but it's very, very compressed, so it will insulate both cold and hot. I mean, obviously it's not going to keep it hot or cold for hours and hours and hours, but it will insulate it. So a lot of people use this for things like tea cozies, cafetiere cozies, where they're trying to keep things warm, but you can also use them for keeping your sandwiches cold if you wanted to use it for that sort of thing. So it's only £5.99 for a metre. That's a bargain. That's a bargain, isn't it? I keep losing my sound today. I'm laughing because Ian's bringing me a cup of tea. But you should have just come and said hello. I've just seen Ian crawling along the floor with a cup of tea. Thank you very much. So that is the insulated wadding, but remember, really good for things like tea cozies as well. Now, for the outside of the bag, so if you look at the lunch bag, the other fabric you will need, as I've used just a natural seeded cotton. It's a kind of a calico looking fabric, but it's our natural seeded cotton. And I've used that for the back and the side bits. You only need half a metre. Here it is. Only $3.49. You can use any other fabric, but that's the one that I chose because I felt it had that kind of rustic lunch bag look to it. Remember, this is ½ metre. If you want more than a ½ metre, it is cut to order for you. So if you like it and you want to use ½ metre, I use this fabric a lot for embroidery, then they will be cut to order. So if you want more than that, just put that number of units in your basket. If you want to make the lining of your bag waterproof, you can. On the bag I have made here, I used a plain cotton fabric. But, as you can see, but when I show you how to make it, I've used the ripstop so you can see. So there's options of whether it's insulated or not, whether you have a waterproof fabric on the inside, that's entirely up to you. But this ripstop is really good. So we've got it in 4 different colours. Now, this is the pale blue. This is the one that I used in the demo. Now, this is really wide. Luckily, I have a tape measure here. It's only, this is amazing, $1.99 for ½ metre, and it is 150 centimetres wide. But it's really good because it really is waterproof. I mean, it is ripstop, it doesn't tear. It's brilliant for things like lunch bag linings, things like picnic blankets for the bases of them, for using in wash bags for the lining of those, children's clothes inside of jackets, all sorts of things. Very lightweight. It's only $1.99 for ½ metre. Now, it will be cut off the bulk for you, so if you want more than ½ metre, just put that in your basket and that's what you'll get. I used this pale blue. I'll show you when I do the demonstration of how I did it, but it's very easy to cut and sew, as you'll see. So that's the light blue. We also have it in navy. Exactly the same, $1.99 for ½ metre, 150 centimetres wide. That's the navy one. It is waterproof. It's brilliant. And it's white pieces, all sorts of different things. Anything where, you can get different types of waterproof fabric and different thicknesses. If you want something that's very lightweight, so maybe you've got a quilt already and you're thinking that'd be really nice to use on the grass. This is very lightweight, won't add much bulk to it, and you can just sew that to the back of it. And because it's so wide, it's perfect for that. We have it in black. Very similar to the navy, but this one is black. The code for that is coming up on the screen now. That's $1.99 for ½ metre. And we also have it in super bright red. Gorgeous. You can use any of these colours, obviously. I use the pale blue just because that's the one I quite liked. But any of them, but it is really, really good. Every time we get it in stock, it just flies out because I just think for $1.99 it's amazing, and there's so many different things that you can use it for, and it's so wide as well. So I think that's yes, that is everything you need. Yeah, I'm just thinking, have I got everything? So if you want the kit, you get the panel and the instructions, but you save £1, $18.99 for August Bird of the Month J lunch bag kit. The panel on its own has sold out at the moment. We are trying to get some more in, but if you want to get it today, then will have to buy the kit. But you get the instructions as well. And remember, the instructions you can use for any other of the Bird of the Month, or you can just use them for your own fabric. It's up to you. Right. Shall we go through do you want me to go through the other panels or the... Okay. So all of the other Bird of the Month panels, if you've only just joined us, or if you've missed out on any of them and you've seen the quilt and think, oh, I'd really like to make that, or or any of the projects we've made before, you've seen, like, I don't know, the cosmetic purse or the birdhouse, and you think, oh, I'd like to make that with the J. So all of the panels and all of the instructions are on the website. So if you just go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down, it's all there. Rather than me go, I'll go through it at the end if I have time, but all of the different ones are there, and you can see the quilt behind me. But we're doing really well. We've only got 4 months after this one. Got all the way there. So with the lunch bag, now in the instructions, I printed myself out a little set here. It tells you where you start with cutting out. So first of all, cut everything out. The birds are all printed to 10.5 inches square, but with different projects, you need to cut them to different sizes. So cut everything out. It tells you some of the complementary strips are used for the pocket and for the handle. Some of the other fabrics, obviously you've got the calico, the seeded fabric, and you've got the lining. Cut all of that out first, but all the measurements are in there, so just do that before you start. Then you need to do the handle. So for the handle, you use one of the complementary strips. I've pinned it on just so I know where it is. You cut out the complementary strips, sew them together, and then turn the right sides on, top stitch them. I've done that in advance, and that's the handle. Well, you don't have to have a handle, but it's quite handy, isn't it? It's something to hold it. And I've measured it all. Then you pin it to your fabric, and it tells you in the instructions exactly where to pin it. I've marked it with an erasable pen just to save a bit of time so I can get through the whole thing. If you pin it in exactly the right place like I've done here, then when you've made the whole bag and you fold it over, the handle will then sit right on the top. So do follow that. Just pin it on. Now you want this to be nice and secure. So what I've done is sewn it together in, I was looking for an erasable pen. I bet they're over the other side, aren't they? Oh no, there is one here. Right. Is to sew it in a square and then put a cross through it if you want to, because that just gives it a little bit of extra strength. So what I do when I'm sewing something in a square is just, because I've top stitched all around the edge of the handle already, is just measure how wide the handle is and then just draw a line with an erasable pen where you're going to sew the square, because I've measured that already. I know where that is, okay? And then we'll just sew it into place. So if you've, I've always liked to top stitch my handles around the edge because it makes it neater. So when you come to sew this on, sew all the way around the edge, but sew exactly on top of where you've already top stitched. It just gives you a neater finish, because otherwise you'll have two lines of stitching. I mean, you know, it really, if you don't, it's not the end of the world, but just if you want a neater finish. Now, I marked where the handle was going to be an erasable pen on my fabric too. You don't have to do that, but it's just little things like that help with accuracy. It doesn't matter too much. Sew it together all the way round in a square. And then if you want a little bit of extra strength, I don't think you need this unless you can put something really heavy in here. Just sew diagonally across. And you can go both ways to do both ways, but I think one way is fine. Right, then I'll just quickly sew the other side. But just take your time a little bit on this, because if you can sew on top of the top stitching you've already done, it's really neat. And obviously you've got that one bit that you've marked. But if you've marked it in advance, it's just so much easier because you're not having to work it out as you're doing it. You just sew across the lines and then you just press it. If you haven't got an erasable pen, we do have them on the website, hopefully, in all sorts of colours and sizes, but they are brilliant. And I mean, I always say to people, do test them first, but I've never had fabric they don't come out of. I mean, there are different sorts of fabric they might not do, so just give them a little test first. Right. Okay. So then just take your, is it plugged in still? I hope so. Yeah. Just take your iron, and then you can just press it, and quickly that removes all of the markings. But I labelled all my pieces of fabric as well, so you can see this one says back, because you know when you cut everything out, again you can label it. You can label them on the outside, but if you just draw on them, it's just quicker, isn't it? But you know, it's like you cut all the pieces of fabric out and then you leave it for a couple of days and you come back and can't remember which was which. So just cut all the ends off. So that's how you do the back. Then just put that to one side because you don't need that for a minute. Now we're going to concentrate on the front. So because you've cut everything out, now I've done a little bit in advance to save a bit of time. So it looks slightly odd, this, doesn't it? Actually, let me just move. I don't like this in the way. I will have. So in this one, just to show you that you can use any of the birds with any of the instructions, I've used the wagtail. And the wagtail is the extra choice bird instead of the magpie. I've lost you again. Keep losing my hearing today. So if you want the wagtail, I love this one because I like the purpley background. This was the extra sort of replacement bird instead of that, but I'm sure, is it on the website? It's there. It is on pre-order if you want that one. So this looks slightly odd that you have a strip that goes at the top that's wider than the strip that goes at the bottom, but because the top of the bag folds over, the bit at the top has to be wider. So just follow the instructions, it will make sense. So you sew one piece to the top, one piece to the bottom, and then you've got the two side strips. So you place those right sides together. Now when you're sewing two pieces of fabric together like this, always put the one with the seams on top, because I've pressed the seams open on this because I wanted to reduce the bulk, particularly if you're using insulating wadding. You want the least bulk possible. So just pin it together at the top and the bottom. Because you've got seams in this, it does fit, but it makes it, sort of pulls it in a bit. So by pinning at the top and the bottom, you know it will fit, and then pin across the seams. So the reason you sew it with the seams facing upwards is so that you can keep these seams flat. If they're underneath, then it's hard to keep them flat when you're doing it. We're going to do it on the other side as well. The two side strips are exactly the same. So pin them either side. And that side. And that end. But if you do it at the top and the bottom like that, then you can, what I do is I give them a little pull so they fit. Because just simply sewing seams in something pulls the fabric in. But if you cut it to the measurements, it will work. And then pin it across at the seams, and then at the other one. Right, then I'm going to sew these. The seam allowance is 1/2 inch, and it does say that in the instructions. And normally, I changed my mind with seam allowances to be honest. But if I'm doing bag making, I like to have a slightly bigger seam allowance, purely because there's just a little bit of room for manoeuvre. If you're putting a lot of strain on something, if you've got a smaller seam allowance, it can pull out more. It just gives a little bit more strength. So that's why this one's got 1/2 inch. When you get to the seam, just go a bit slower and sew over it and make sure it stays flat, because if you have a twisted seam, it will add a bit of bulk, but also it can look a bit messy from the front. I mean, do you know, it's not the end of the world if you get a twisted seam. It's not going to not work, but often I just hold them down flat with the pin. Just keeps it a little bit neater, really. And then we do the other side in exactly the same way. Take the pins out as I go. Right. So I'm not going too fast because I don't want, having said to do it on top, I don't want to get twisted seams. And then reverse stitch at the end just to secure. Right, then press, press, press and press again. You don't have to. I like pressing. I don't particularly like pressing, although I do like it now the mini iron's back and stuff. I love the mini iron, look at it. So anyway, when you do pressing seams, if you watch me do this before, you think, oh, she's saying that again. But just press the seam first. The action of sewing through the fabric, it disturbs it and moves it. So press it first and then press it open. You will get a neater finish, and you will get the seam lying there, lying right in the centre. So keep this seam pressed open. Now, some people, when they do patchwork, they prefer to press to one side. I'm not for this because I want to reduce the bulk on the inside, But once you've pressed it, oh, I know this looks like, why is she pressing this three times? I'm pressing it once to flatten it, then press it open. But sometimes, even when you've pressed open, you'll find that you'll get to the other side and it hasn't pressed it completely open. So by pressing it open again from this side, you can be sure it's really flat. So the little bit of extra time you're taking to do it will mean that you will get a neater, more accurate finish, which is nice, because if you spent the time to do it. It doesn't take long, but you'll find that once you start doing this, you will get into a rhythm of that you can never press a seam unless you pressed it flat first. Then just open it up. That's the other good thing with using a 1/2 inch seam allowance. It's so much easier to press seams open. Those 1/4 inch ones, it's really fiddly to open it up. There we go. I haven't got any water in this iron, but this has got steam in it, which does make it a little easy. If you're doing this yourself, if I put water in, use a steam iron. It will help. Look, I've got a thread there. It will help to make it even flatter. Because obviously, you know, you've cut the back piece already, so this front piece needs to match the back piece exactly, which it will if you sew it properly and cut it properly. So that's why it's important to get this right. So you can see like that seam hasn't opened properly, even though I pressed it out from the other side, but now it has. I pressed things so many times. There we go. So I think the this natural sort of, I like the seeded cotton. I always think of it a bit like denim, goes with everything. But it looks really nice with the wagtail as well. But, you know, obviously you don't have to use that because, you know, that's not in the kit. It's just the instructions in the panel. So if you really want to use a different fabric, it would look nice with a denim or maybe with a darker purple fabric. You could use it with a canvas. You could mix it up with an oilcloth, whatever. But that looks quite nice with that colour. Right, so that is now the front of your bag done. And now we're going to join them together. Just checking. If you want to, on mine, I sewed the label of the bird. Oh, there you go, on the front of the bag, which you can do, but maybe you want to personalise it and sew someone's name. If you want to do that, that goes onto the back of the bag, not the front. And it does say in the instructions where to place it, how to measure, in what position, and that you do it before you join the two together. So if you do want to put the label on or put someone's name on, do that before you join them together, because otherwise it's really hard to do after. There's much way to do it better to do it that way. So, right, just remember what we do. Now, I'm going to join them together. So first of all, let me put that to one side. If you look at the bag, it has a boxed bottom, which means that it's shaped. So it will stand, when you do it like that, it will, can I say that? It will stand up because of the box bottom. There we go, that bit there. So in order to do that, we'd need to cut a square out of the bottom. Okay, the best way to do this is just take your tape measure. What is it, 2.5 inches? Yeah, take your tape measure or one of the rulers is fine. And I don't know about you, I never start at the end of a tape measure, don't trust it. Just in case. I often press the ends of my tape measure and they go a bit wobbly. So I usually, I'm always pressing my tape measures. So measure 2.5 inches. I wonder if is there a little, and then just use a ruler. You can cut this with a rotary cutter if you like, but I do it like this. So measure 2.5 inches that way. And so you can, if you use your rotary cutting ruler. I've cut so many things wrong in the past that I always just check to make sure it's right. I know, I do, no, but just to make sure it's right. Right, 2.5 inches. Sorry about that. Just drop the ruler. Drop the ruler. I always forget with these because they start at 1/2 inch. Right, measure across that way, 2.5 inches. There's loads of different ways of doing a boxed bottom. Whether you cut the gap now, whether you do it later. I've tried it all different ways. Let's make sure that is that 2.5, yeah. And I find this the easier. This isn't necessarily the right way to do it. Some people just fold the corner and then cut afterwards. I prefer to do it this way, but it isn't, there's no right or wrong. So honestly, it's entirely up to you. Now, you'll notice when you're cutting this that you will cut up to the edge of that seam allowance, and that's fine. It's all been included in the measurements. I made quite a few of these until I worked out that this is how it works. But it does work. So you will cut up to the edge of that seam allowance. So just cut out these corners. If you do your box corners in a different way, then just go ahead. It doesn't matter. It's just I prefer doing it this way. So cut those out. Don't need them. Then take the back, and I cut mine out in advance and place it right sides together. Find your pins. Now, I forgot to say, if you want to insulate it, if you're going to be using the insulating wadding, then you need to put that on beforehand. So what you need to do is take the front of the bag and the back of the bag. It says all of this in the instructions, so don't worry. Put both pieces on top of the wadding and tack them together all round, and then cut the corners out. So if you're using insulating wadding, you will have the wadding side up here at the moment and the wadding side on there, because it's going to be on the wrong sides of the bag. But you need to do it at this stage before you sew it all together, the bag together, because it is tacked to the outer bag, not the lining bag. But it does say all of that in the instructions, so you haven't got to remember that or guess that. One I did for the picture that I showed you earlier is I did do insulated wadding, but I thought I would show it you here without, because obviously it does add a bit of bulk to it, makes it thicker. But if you're not fussed about it being insulated, then you can make it in exactly the same way, but just without it. Right, and then pin it down this side. So what we're going to do now, what I'm going to do, is sew down the sides and across the bottom at the side, but ignore these cut out corners, these bits. Do not sew along them, because you'll have to unpick it, because you don't want to sew along them, and that's annoying. This is where I was saying there are different ways of doing it, so don't sort of look at this and say, oh, well, I don't make mine that way. I've just tried, I've tried all the different ways, and this is just the one that I prefer, I find the most accurate. Right, so start at the top, don't forget to reverse stitch. Again, you're using a 1/2 inch seam allowance throughout. And for me, there's a 1/2 inch mark on the sewing machine plate. On this lovely Elm of Experience 550? No, I've got the 570. I've got the wrong machine. I've got the wrong machine. I just used the one that was on the table, to be fair. And then you sew across the bottom. So again, use that. When you're doing this, make sure, because at this point you'll be sewing over that seam allowance. So it is on the bottom, just try and keep that a bit flat. You see, really, I should be sewing from the other side, shouldn't I, from what I told you earlier about sewing from that side. So just make sure, if you do have your seam allowances on the other side, like I've got, just before you get to it, make sure that you keep the needle down in the fabric. Just lift it up and make sure it's lying flat, and then sew over it. Because sometimes when you're sewing fabric together, you've got seams on both sides. So just make sure, because you will get a neater finish if you don't, because the machine plate will just twist the seam allowances for you, very kindly, just does that. And then sew up the other side. Right. So now we've sewn it together all the way around. I mean, this technique that I'm showing you, you can use for anything that you want to add a gusset to. Now that the box bottom, it's weird when you do the maths for it because you just cut out the square of how deep you want the base to be and ignore seam allowances because you will be adding the seam allowance using those later. So if you want it to be 2.5 inches wide, then that's what you cut out. But it depends how big you want. It's just a really good way of having like making a bag that's, rather than putting a gusset in all the way around, you can do it this way. So now we're going to create the corner. So what you do, make sure you can see this, open the corner up like that and match together the seam that's coming along the bottom with the seam that's going up the side. So let me show you so you can see. This is the seam that's going from the bottom of the bag to the top. This is the seam that's going along the base. Match them together. So what you need to do is these seams need to be pressed open. Now it's really hard to press them open when it's lying flat because it's just the way it is. You just can't press them open because it's all joined together. So what I do is once you've opened them all up like that, you can press them flat. Don't worry about matching them just yet, but by having it like that, you can press that one flat and then twiddle it over and you can press that one open as well. Okay? Right. Now you've pressed them flat, it's much easier to match them. So, to match them at the top like that and then just turn it back and make sure they match. Push a pin through and then pull it out and make sure that it's going through that seam, which it is. Then do it at the top. So we've got a 1/2 inch seam allowance, so do it about 1/4 inch in and about 1 inch down, basically so that the seam allowance comes between the 2 pins. Then put your pin through that seam and then make sure it goes through that seam. Do you know what, when you'll do this on the lining as well, it doesn't matter so much on the lining because you won't see it, but when you're doing it on the outer, you really will see it. So try and do this. If it doesn't match up exactly, as I always say, it's not the end of the world, but it's just a good way of testing it. Oh, sorry, you're cutting out, Kat. My ears are not very happy today, my earpiece. I'm hearing like, it's like being on a phone, you know, when you go under a tunnel and it goes, it's like that. So, it's disappeared completely. That's weird. Oh well. So, pin it together like that and then pin across and then you can remove it. Just make sure that that's flat. Now, I'm going to sew it together across from one side across to the other. Now, in order to get the neat finish at the front, let me show you this bag here. In order to get this finish so that the panel, the bird panel, sits right on the edge, you need to make sure that you sew with the other side up. I have to repin that now. That's quite annoying, isn't it? I'll do that again. Take those out. Right, sew with this side up because what you're going to do is sew across through this actual seam, which is the seam where you joined the front and the back. When you were making the front of the bag and you had the sides and the tops and the bottoms, it's that bit where you joined that together. Oh, I can now. I can hear you now. That's weird. So just sew along that seam. I've got them back again now. I've come out of the tunnel. Right. I know. I hope I'm not making it sound too complicated because it really isn't. This is just about it having a slightly neater edge. So sew on top of that seam So make sure you've got that seam lying on top. Then when you come to the back section, just sew all the way along with your 1/2 inch seam allowance. Oh, I've got 2 Facebook messages they printed out for me. Rebecca from Anne. Rebecca was brilliant at explaining why and how to do everything. Fantastic demonstration. Oh, thanks, Anne. That's really kind of you. Sometimes I think, gosh, I hope I'm not going into too much detail or explaining it too much. So that's really kind of you. It's really nice to have that feedback. And Ian says, the J bag is lovely. Traditional Western culture has a J as a symbol of intellect and enlightenment. Well, so perhaps nice for school or university. I didn't know that. I always like to know the symbolic things behind it. So thank you for that, Ian. Intellect and enlightenment. I'm going to go with that. That'll be me. Yeah, I'm going to have this. I just have my sandwiches in it every day. I said, did you know? Did you know that this is me, intellect and enlightenment? So anyway, oh, flipping. Always, I just dropped it. And I'd got it all together as well. That's so annoying. Right. I've got the iron on the wrong side, but the problem is I'm worried about burning myself while I'm sewing. What I need is the iron on the right of the sewing machine, but this desk isn't set up for that. This is why this little iron's great. If you had a bit the other side, because you can have it right next to you all the time. So again, pin it together, and remember this time, don't do what I did last time, is have that seam right sides up, because that's what you're going to be sewing on top of. Match your seams in the same way that I did before. Like that and like that. Oh, that's floppy. And that. Okay. Pin them together. And there we go. Now what you can do as well to get a nice crisp corner, which I didn't do with the other one, but I'll show you this time, is before you sew it, if you press it. Oh, that's why it's gone all funny. I'm mumbling. Don't mumble, says Elliot. Right, before you, can you wonder if you can press on top of these pins? I don't know actually. Yeah, but what if I do it and it melts? Should we try it? No, it doesn't. Look. Right, if you press that before you sew it, then you've got that nice, neat corner there. Don't have to, but it just helps. And yes, you can press those pins. Now I know. I do like them actually. I don't think have we not got them in stock at the moment? They are really nice. What are they called? Magic pins. They are nice because they're really long, and also because they've got those turquoise ends, you can't leave anything. I made a pair of ABBA ruffle trousers for my daughter. You know those ones in Mamma Mia that has all the ruffles around the bottoms of them. Anyway, I made her a pair for an ABBA party she went to last year, and it was her birthday on Saturday, and she put them on Saturday. She hasn't worn them she's worn them a couple of times, but she hasn't worn them for a while. They still had a pin in them, so she's worn them a few times and washed them, and then she put them on and they had a pin in them. That's quite impressive actually, isn't it? But with these pins, you see, they don't stay in. How old was she? She was 24. It's her 24th birthday. How sad is that? I know, I felt like she was 4 all over again, and then she was suddenly 24. So now I've boxed those corners. Let me show you what if you're looking for. So you will end up with, there you go. You'll end up with the seam that matches across there. That was the seam that I was matching up. And by sewing across that top seam, you will end up with the front of the bag being exactly down there and across the bottom edge, and then that is your base. So when I told you, because it was 2.5 inches, this is how it works if you ever do it yourself, is that's 2.5, that was now 2 inches, that's 2 inches because of the seam allowances. So you get a nice base to sit on it. So that's the front of the bag done. When you do the out of the bag, when you do the lining, it's done in exactly the same way. Now I put a pocket in mine, because I thought, oh, well, I might want to put some cutlery in it or some sandwiches. I put a pocket, I'm going to turn it inside out so you can see, and I use the complementary coordinating strips for that. So all you do to make the pocket is you cut out the 2 pieces. It says right sides together, sew together all the way around, turn it right sides out, and then you sew that to the lining if you want to have a pocket. But you could, because I use the strips all as one, if you sewed lines down there, you've got like individual ones, you could put cutlery in those if you want to. Yeah, spoon for your yoghurt. So I have done it on here. So on the lining, now look, I've used the ripstop on here. So, because I've made my lining in advance to save a bit of time, I've sewn it on here. Now, this sews really well. It doesn't seem to have any problem. I also didn't find it slippery. Not like when you use an oilcloth and it just goes all over the place. It's absolutely fine to sew with. So I just sewed my pocket. I didn't put extra things in there. You sew it right sides together exactly in the same way. You box the corners. The only difference is when you're sewing across the base is leave a gap because you're going to turn it right sides out. Now I did test press and it was absolutely fine. What I would say is when you press it is it will press absolutely fine. Just don't have your iron too hot. I tried it really hot. I tried it with steam. When it got really hot, it sort of shrunk a little bit. So what I would say, so if I press this, you'll see, if your iron's quite hot, just sort of press it, you know, don't leave the iron on. Or if you're really worried, then just put a piece of cotton fabric, but it doesn't melt. It's not like, you know, with some things if you press them, it would just immediately melt. It won't do that. But either keep the iron cool, because it is important to press the seams open, or just dab it. But test it first, because I'd cut off a strip on the end and I just pressed it with my iron. I thought, oh, please don't let it melt on it. But it's the only way to do it, isn't it? Is to have a go. So take the outer of your bag. So you've done your lining, take the outer. Now they need to be right sides together. It doesn't matter which way round you do it, whether you put one inside the other or whatever, as long as they are right sides together. And then take your pins, which I just lost again. And you need to match up the side seams. That's important. You do that in exactly the same way as you did before. I'm just going to roll mine to match them up. And then match up the other side seam. Ooh, it just filled with air. I wonder if they use this for like parachutes. It must be similar to this sort of thing. Yeah, I wouldn't go, yes, please make a parachute. No, but it does hold the air. So match the side seams and then just pin it together across the top. Obviously, you are going to have some, on the front piece, you're going to have some seams that were used for that front panel. So make sure that when you pin them, see when you do that, it fills with air. I bet they make parachutes on it. Make sure you keep that straight. I think it's used to make the inside of anoraks. I quite like the fact it has all the little grid lines on it as well. Now I've got some of this. I keep thinking of all the other things I could do with it. Right, pin it together all the way around. Also, it does pin really well. And I didn't have to use any different needle. I guess the only thing maybe would be to use a sharps needle. Because bizarrely, which I had not realised for a long time, universal needles are actually a mixture between sharp and ballpoint. So ballpoint you'd use for jersey fabric because it has a rounded point, so it separates the fibres rather than pierces them. Because if you pierce the fibres on jersey, they'll ladder like a pair of tights. And a universal sewing needle is halfway between the two. So if you want to use something specialist, a universal really isn't the best. So if you're like me and you have all the sewing machine needles, because I love needles, I collect them all, I would change to a sharps needle for this because it's harder to pierce. But this is a universal needle in this machine and it's working fine. But if you do have other sewing machine needles, then this would be the time to change. You will, you'll find that the seam will be slightly flatter if you use a sharper needle and it won't pucker as much. And the great thing about sewing machine needles is they are Very inexpensive. Or, if you've only got universal needles, I would suggest you put in a new one. You will get a slightly neater seam. But look, you can see how easy it is to stitch, and the fact that, you know, if I'm using oilcloth, I have to use my roller foot, or I have to put tape underneath, but this is going through really well. Message from Mo. Ripstop makes terrific shopping bags. Yeah, that's true. Which fold up really small to tuck into a handbag or pocket. Sent by Mo from the Highlands. Ooh, lucky you. That's a really good idea. Because you could, yeah, you could just make a little tote bag, and then they're tiny, aren't they? And they don't crease either. I love ripstop. It's my new favourite thing. And then reverse at the end. Right, what I do now, before I turn it inside out, I'm going to press the seam, because it's easier to get it to lay, because this seam is going to go across the top of your bag, which is this bit here. You can see I've used cotton fabric on that, but if you use it, it doesn't matter, but that's going to sit on the top, and in order to get that to sit on the top, it will sit on the top better if you press the seam open first. Remember, you have got a bit of ripstop here, so just dab it. I didn't find it melted, it just sort of shrank a little when I was doing my extreme ironing test. When you're pressing a seam open and it's in a tube like this, don't press the edges, because you will end up creating big creases down the side of your bag. Sort of press from the sides inwards, and then you won't, because if you press from the edge, you'll end up with a crease going down the side. So I always sort of press it up to a little bit within the edge and then turn it over. Then you don't get those creases running down, which shows on the other side. So there we go, just pressed it open. Right, now all you need to do is that. You do what I do, realise you've forgotten to leave the gap in the bottom, so you have to unpick it. But if you've remembered, like I actually did, put your hand all the way in and grab a corner and pull it all the way out. Then you need to sew up this bottom, because otherwise you've got a hole in your bag. But before you do that, just make sure it works and you've done everything right, because there's nothing more irritating than finding out something's not right and then you've got to undo that seam. So just turn it all inside to the inside, like so. Give it a good shake, and then once, well, you can top stitch this first, it doesn't really matter. Then you sew that all together. So the way that it folds up, because I am running out of time a bit now, is, it says it in the instructions, there's different ways of holding this together. I did mine with an elastic loop. So you see that's the same thing now as this. This fold, if you fold these side seams in, then you fold that over, and then the elastic goes around a button. So what you do when you sew this together, you can just fold it over and that's fine, is if you want to use the elastic loop, you sew this loop into this top seam when you're sewing it all together. That will then be in the seam, you sew it into the back one, and then you can fold it over, and then fold it over, work out where the button's going to go, and then sew it on. And it does say in the instructions exactly where to place this loop. It's just a thin piece of elastic, and also where it should be in relation to the seam. And then that is basically it, really simple. So, you know, I've done that in less than an hour. You could do, in a couple of hours, it'd be done and finished. So, in your kit this month, you will get the panel of the J. I love this colour, because it's kind of a minty colour. I think it looks really lovely with the sort of the cappuccino browns, doesn't it? So there's the J. Let me just move him out of the way. And you get, obviously, don't forget, you get all of the strips, which you can use for other makes or whatever you're doing with this. And you get the instructions, which I haven't lost, found them. And you get the instructions for the lunch bag, which obviously has got all the measurements, all the little pictures, how you do it, how you measure it. It shows you, you know, for putting the elastic loop on, where that's placed and how it's all done. So that's the instructions. $18.99. So it's £1 cheaper to buy the instructions and the panel together in the kit. So months January to July are all on the website. They're all here. I haven't got time to go through them all, but they are all here. And we do have extra ones. So an owl was an extra one for February, and the wagtail that I was demonstrating just now was our extra one instead of the magpie. So they're all here. So if you want to start, remember, once we get to December, we will then be selling a panel that has all of these strips and the little cornerstones and the edges so that you can make the whole quilt. But if you want to go out, or all the instructions as well are on the website if you want to make any of the projects, the ones that are hanging up behind me. Marvellous. So I will see you back here in a couple of minutes, because coming up after the break we've got Jules back, who's doing Quilt As You Go. So if you're a beginner to quilting or you want a really quick project, this is the perfect starting place. Sadly, there are no birds involved in it. That is the end of the bird bonanza. But I enjoyed it. Maybe I'm not changing my dress though. I've only bought one dress, so the bird dress will have to continue. That's it, because I've only got one. But it is the bird day, isn't it? So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes with Jules, and she's going to show us how to do Quilt As You Go with 3 panels and 4 bundles of fabric. So thank you very much.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. We finished our little birdie bonanza, but we are on Quilt As You Go today. Last hour of Sewing Street. I don't know where the time's gone this morning. Don't know. Now, don't forget, before we launch into these glorious Quilt As You Goes, special present today. One per customer, not order, one per customer. So anybody who shops with us today or tomorrow, whether it's Sewing Street or Yarn Lane, will receive this voucher booklet. It is worth over £150, and I've had a little look through, and there's loads of fab vouchers in here, including one to win a free mug. But there are special dates, so it's not for the whole of September and October. There are different things, from a free thread set, £5 off, 50% off yarn, free P&P, all things, but they've all got either dates or a weekend on them. So once you get this, remember to keep hold of it, because all the dates in there, you use them on certain days. So you might think, oh, well, actually, I do want free P&P, or I'm going to wait to save my 20% off or whatever. But it is worth over £150, and we are giving it to you for free. All you have to do is order something with us. There is no minimum order spend that you have to. Whatever you order with us today or tomorrow, you will receive this in the post with your first order. Brand new today and free to you. Also brand new today, Quilt As You Go. Now, if you've never quilted as you go, that sort of sounds wrong grammatically.
Quilted as you've gone.
If you've never quilted as you've gone. If you've never done Quilt As You Go, it's a brilliant technique, because basically it's wadding with lines printed on. So you put the fabric on and then you quilt it and sew the fabric together at the same time. So it's brilliant for beginners, for people who are new to patchwork or new to quilting and don't want to do the whole thing together. But it makes stunning results really easy. Behind me, actually, have you got a picture of that? But behind me is one of the panels that Jules has done. So it's a lovely little, it's like lap quilt size, cot quilt size, playmat size, wall hanging. If you put it the other way around, because it's a wall hanging. Back of the sofa, lovely. It's really, really pretty. Obviously, if you want to make it bigger than that, you just have to buy more than one and then join them together. But it is a lovely, lovely technique. So we've got 3 different patterns. So this one, UEYV63, this is the Rolling Stone block. We've only ever had this one on once before. It is only £8.99. Now the finished size of this is 24 times 36 inches. So that's the finished size. But remember, you can buy more than one of these and join them all together and make an even bigger quilt. So it's a lovely pattern. Which one are you demonstrating today?
So I'm doing the hopscotch.
Right.
And that one on the back wall is the fair and square.
Okay, so this one,
we didn't do.
You just have to look at the picture, because we haven't got that one ready made up. It's lovely, isn't it? Rolling Stone block, but it's a really nice, I mean, these are all traditional quilt blocks, but they have been translated so that they will work as Quilt As You Go. So if you're new to quilting or patchwork, or you just want to make something quickly, then this is the way to go. So £8.99, that's that one. It's just the wad, that's the wadding, so you don't have to think about, oh, I need the wadding, I need that. That is the wadding, and it's all printed on there, and the instructions are inside as well. The next one that I have hanging up behind me is this one, is Fair Square. So this makes a finished, again, it's exactly the same, 24 by 36 inches. That's the finished size. All the instructions are in here. Jules is going to show you how to do it, but it's all in there. It also gives you all the cutting instructions, so everything you need to cut in advance to make it. Jules has made this one up already for us. That's the one behind. Isn't that lovely? So easy. And we've got four different fabric bundles that will all work with any of these 3 patterns. You just need to choose. So that's the fair. It's got £8.99, brand new today. And then the final one, this is the one that Jules will be demonstrating for us in a little bit. It's called the hopscotch. Now, what I like about this, I've just noticed, is that you can turn the block, once you've made the blocks, you can turn them around to make different patterns. I like that. There's one pattern there, look at that one. It's a bit 3D, sort of an illusion one. So you make the blocks, then you join them together, and it depends how you join them together. So this is great because obviously if you want to make a bigger quilt, you just buy more of these packs, and then you can just join them all together. But so easy. Love Quilt As You Go. There are people, those of you who are buying multiples, it's a really good idea because honestly it's a really nice thing to do. I find it's a bit like, I like FPP because I like the process of it, and I find it a bit like that. I know a lot of people don't like FPP, it's difficult. I like this process because it's got numbers on it.
Yeah.
And it's really nice, isn't it?
And this, if you've never done FPP and you quite fancy a go at FPP, this is a good lead-in.
Right, so this is the easy version.
Yeah.
And it's got numbers, so it's very process driven. You just follow the instructions, you follow the numbers, and suddenly you've got a quilt. And it's only £8.99. And Jules is going to show you how easy it is in a minute once we've got through all of this. So just wait. If you're thinking, oh, that looks difficult, honestly, this is easy peasy. Now, the following fabric bundles will work with any of those Quilt As You Go packs. They are all exactly the same size, so whichever of the those you've made. In fact, these are all the same size, aren't they? They're all 12 inches, so you could mix them together. So you could buy one of each of those, and you'd have like a, you know, when you make a quilt, a sampler quilt that's got a different block in each thing, you could mix them together. So you could buy one of each and have all different blocks. Obviously, one of the fabric bundles is enough for one of the Quilt As You Goes. Just so you know. So you need 3.5 metres. So this is the first bundle. You get 1.5 metres of the antler. You get 0.5 metre. I love this one. Thistles. 0.5 metre. This is the Scottish one. 0.5 metre of tartan. 0.5 metre of beige and 0.5 metre of sage. Sage. That's not that one then, is it?
No, that's
sage and beige. I like that one. Oh, by the way, you're saving £1.50 by having those together. Now, the one that was behind me, the sample that Jules had done, that's this collection here. So you get 1 metre. I love this. It's beautiful. Oh, this is Henry Glass fabric. Oh, nice. Lovely, isn't it? It's a really rich floral. I love the burgundy background. So you get 1 metre and 1.5 metres of that one. Is that for the backing as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've got it all for the backing and the front. Okay. So really, because you've got the backing and the binding and the front in here, it really is only this and the Quilt As You Go pack you need for the whole quilt. So you get 1.5 metres of that. You get 0.5 metre of the same fabric in cream. Then you get 0.5 metre of the same fabric in green. So this all coordinates beautifully. 0.5 metre of, what's that one called? Chartreuse. And then 0.5 metre of rose. So that is the Henry Glass Tarrytown fabric bundle, which is the one that Jules did the sample in that's hanging behind me. Just showing you a sample, there you go. That's what that one looks like. But obviously, the 1.5 metres you need to use for the backing and the borders, but the other fabrics, you've got the same amount of fabric, so you can swap them about as you choose. And you're saving £1.50. Don't know why, just are. Then this one, oh, I like this one. This is like watercolour flowers. What's this one called? Oh, I like that one. Wildflower. So you get 1 metre, that's a lovely deep teal. metre of that one. Then you get half a metre of the one with the rust background. I like this. You get half. Who's this by then? Should we have a look?
They're nice, aren't they?
Don't know. Oh, it's Wyndham. Nice. Then you get half a metre of this sort of smoky blue colour. Elliot likes that colour, and he would like it in a car. With the flowers
Fabric
on.
car.
Maybe
Making
not
a
with the
doorstop.
flowers. Just sort of running around the centre of the car. Then, strange, half a metre of rose and half a metre of cream. Yes, actually, this is the same as my dress. Look. Look, it matches. Look at that.
Oh, you can make yourself a jacket.
That's amazing. Hi, Rebecca. Wonderful fabric today. Would be lovely as the waistcoat behind you. Carol from County Antrim. Yeah, you're right, actually, wouldn't it? It is lovely. That's so weird, isn't it? But, you know, you don't have to use, these fabric bundles are wonderful, aren't they? You don't have to use them for Quilt As You Go. We have put them together, so you've got 3 prints and 2 plains that all go together, so you can use them for whatever you like. Finally bundle. This bundle is called Primavera Irregular. That's nice, isn't it? So, irregular, why is it called Primavera Irregular? Is that the name of the fabric collection? Which I'm just questioning that. Who's it by? I always like to know these fabrics. Oh, is that the one that you're doing the demo with?
Yeah, yeah.
And who's this by then? Figo Fabrics. Figo Fabrics. I like Figo Fabrics. So this is Primavera. You've got 1.5 meters, that lovely floral one. You get half a metre of the mint. It's like a minty green floral one. Half a metre of this spotty, not spotty, more splodgy. Half a metre of fuchsia. Is that fuchsia? I should start knowing what these are called. And half a metre of cream. That's raspberry. Raspberries and cream. Doesn't that goes together really well, doesn't it? Look at that. Look at that for a match. So obviously any of these bundles you can use with any of the Quilt As You Go, or you can just use them for something else. Doesn't really matter. And they've all got £1.50 off. They all match, so you can use them for whatever you like. Right. So Jules, where do we start with this?
So once, as you say, it's pre-printed batting.
Right.
Once you open your packet, you've got your main kind of
Well, mine's
plasticky
a bit
bits.
sealed, so I best
No,
not.
it's all right. I've got bits and bobs.
Okay.
So you've got your main kind of plasticky one, which will show you colour placement. So all of these patterns, it's the same pattern, but it's just achieved by different colours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's all it's to do with how you do colours.
How you do your colours. And then what you've got is a little grid which shows you the numbers which are actually on your batting. So what I tend to do is when I get these, and I've done a
So in your pack are there 6 squares?
Yeah, and they're all attached together.
Oh, but they're all joined together.
They're all joined together
as one piece.
There are some, not these ones that we've got, but there are some of the June Taylor ones where you don't cut them apart, but this one you do cut apart. So I'll show you how you need to do that. The other thing that you'll get is actually written instructions, and on here it will tell you your fabric requirements, it will tell you how many of each pieces you need to cut out, and it will tell you about how you sash them, so join them together with the strips in between. So just make sure before you do any cutting out, because you may want to change the colour placement, just make sure that you've read through all of it so you know you can get enough of each piece out of it.
Right, okay.
So don't go willy-nilly cutting just straight away.
Yeah, work it out.
Decide what you want to do. And what I tend to do, I mean, you see on this one, I wrote down what I wanted to do for colour, for piece A and number 1, 2,
and sort
3 or
of
whatever.
think about how you're going to cut them out.
Yeah, and I will also on this little piece of diagram here, I'll actually write on there the colours that I'm going to use.
That's a good idea.
Just because I'm quite a visual rather than, I mean, I do read instructions, but I kind of look, oh yeah. So you read them better than I do, please. And then before you cut them out. and then you can just decide how you want it. So on the one that I've done there, I've done it quite similar to how they actually did it on the pattern. So if you look at
This
that pattern,
one, yes.
so I've done it quite similar.
So yes, because you've done sort of the planes around the edges,
Yeah.
and then the prints in the corners,
But on
and then a print in the centre.
on this one that I'm going to do now, that I'm going to demo on, the hopscotch one, I've alternated the squares that I've cut in the middle. So you can mix and match if you want to, but you'll see what I've done as we go along.
You could colour that in, couldn't you, as well?
You could.
So just have a go to see what you want,
Definitely.
if you weren't sure.
Yeah, definitely. So that's what I do first of all. The next thing that you need to do on these particular ones is, this is where you've got your batting. It's in blue, so it's a little bit pale for us, but I can actually see it on here. And you've got the square marked out. So what you'll need to do first of all is cut them apart and cut a border that's 1 inch along. So if you just line it up, and if you cut it, you make sure that you're on the line, it will be 1 inch that side and 1 inch that side.
Right, so they have actually left 2 inches. So the one that Jules is working now is the hopscotch, which is the one that's in the main graphic, and then the one that's in the side one is the fair square, which is the one that's hanging behind me there. Never get that around the right way.
You'll just go around.
Then there's a third one on the website called Rolling Stone that we don't have an example of, but that one's on the website that I showed you right at the beginning. So basically you cut 1 inch outside all of the lines.
Yeah, so that's what you'll have now is your batting cut to size. Then you will cut your backing. So on this particular one, the bigger amount of fabric, which is the 1.5 meters, is this one. And then on the back of your batting, this is a fusible batting. It's only a light fusible one. So you just need to kind of press it down so that you've attached the two together, so that when you're working on the front, you're not having to worry about the back.
Right.
But remember, obviously, that is going to be the piece that you want on the outside, and the printed side is the piece that you want on the top, because you're going to need to fuse this using the fabric rather than fusing it from this side.
Yes.
So be aware of that as well, because it is polyester batting.
Right, so make sure the fabric is...
Yeah. So if you kind of
So
square
the fabric's
it up,
got to be right sides up, yeah.
Yeah. If you square it up beforehand, just get it so that you've got roughly, I think it's 16 inches square from memory. And then just make sure that it's going to be on the correct side. And when you're fusing it, you're not ironing it, you're pushing it down to melt the glue. And just give it a good kind of press across. And it's important that you're not worrying about the back whilst you're doing the front.
So can you use steam with this?
You can. Yeah, you can if you want to. I've tried it with and without. It says in the instructions to use steam, but to me it doesn't really make that much difference.
Right, okay. Whatever then.
Yeah.
But that's interesting, because sometimes it's really tricky, isn't it? Sometimes these things you iron on, you can't use steam. Sometimes you can use steam.
Yeah. I think they say to use steam, but as I say, with all of mine, I didn't bother. But you can if you want to.
Probably a bigger iron as well might be easier.
Yeah.
A little bit.
But this
quicker.
is a good strong iron. This one.
It's just the plate size.
Yeah. Alrighty, so we've done all of that, and you'll have cut out all of your relevant pieces in whatever colour combination you've decided.
Oh, so it gives you like a cutting guide then?
Yeah, in your paper instructions, in those instructions, it tells you. So on this one, it says, piece 1, cut 1 4 3/4 squares, and some of them are kind of odd amounts, so like 3 7/8 and what have you. Don't cut short. If anything, and you're not sure, you can cut slightly bigger. But I wouldn't advise you to do too much bigger, because what you're actually doing now is you are placing on the piece that you've cut exactly within the blue lines. So the blue lines are your placement guide. They are not your sewing guide.
Right.
So in your head, straight away, not sewing guide.
Blue lines are placement. Okay, got that.
So I have cut out. This is the one that I'm going to go in the centre with. So I've got my number 1. This is my number 1 piece. And as you can see, it fits exactly along the blue placement line.
Lovely.
So what you'll do then, I'm not a pinner, but I am when I do this.
Lovely pins.
Lovely pins. I like these pins.
I know, I said that earlier.
Very nice.
And
pins.
you can press them. I tried it.
Oh.
Well, you have to know these things, don't you? That iron might not have been very good if it hadn't worked. They're nice though because you can see them.
Yes.
And you sort of feel that with the
They're
ends.
nice and slim as well, aren't they? Do you know what? Some of the flower pins, you have to get good quality flower pins because otherwise the ends just pull off, don't they?
But those are nice. That's because they're called magic pins.
Magic.
They're out of stock at the minute, unfortunately. But they will be back. Look out for them. Magic pins. I'll let you know.
So now what you need to do on this particular one, as you go around the square, there are 2 short pieces, 2 long pieces. Put them on in order. And it says that you need to do 2 and then 3 separately. Just see what they're like. You can actually place 2 and 3 together.
You're already telling them how to cheat.
Cheating is good.
Cheating is good. Love a bit
So
of
on this
cheating.
one, right sides together, I'm looking at my placement line and I'm putting the edge of the fabric along the placement line. And then I'm just going to pin it in place. So if you have a look now on the other side, so you might just want, if you want to do one piece at a time, do it, because that's the proper way to do it with the instructions and you'll be, that's it, gold star. With me, I'm just always looking for shortcuts. So I've got number 3 here, and I know that if I do that, I'm not going to sew.
You're not going to interfere with anything.
No.
But with some things you can't do that.
No. And as long as you've covered the correct area, you're okay. Now I know.
Well,
I've
I guess
got
it means
pins
you can take out the pins underneath them, doesn't it?
I know I've got those underneath for the minute, but as long as they're not on my sewing bit, I'm happy. The other thing about it is, and I haven't done it on here, but if you can do it so that you only grab the top layers of the batting and don't go all the way through, what it does, it doesn't push the fabric too far into the batting.
Right.
So you kind of
I
like
see.
floating it along and you'll get a better line on it.
Right.
Really.
So rather than pin, just pin through the wadding.
Through the
batting,
wadding.
Whatever.
And then what you want to do is you want to set your machine up with 1/4 of an inch, whether you've got 1/4 inch foot or whether you've got just, you know where it is on your machine. A scant 1/4 of an inch I find works better because when you're sewing, you're actually folding it over again.
Oh, yeah, so you're losing a bit.
The other thing that I didn't tell you, which I will tell you, use your best press first when you're cutting out because it's not so bad when you're on your square pieces, but when you come to your squares that you've cut in half, so this will have started life as a square and then I've cut along the diagonal.
Yes.
As soon as you do that, you've got a stretchy part.
Right.
Whereas if you've best pressed it or there's a June Taylor Savvy spray or there's other kind of things out there.
Spray it with that.
And then it's
then
a firmer.
press, then cut.
Yeah.
Have we got that on the website, Kat?
I know it comes in and goes out like nobody's
It goes
business.
in and out and in and out. It's called the best press. No.
Starchy stuff.
No pins, no best press.
But that's the stuff that you want.
No birds.
No birds have flown. So what we're going to do now is we are going to make sure that the pins are out the way and we're going to put our guide, whether it's your 1/4 of an inch from top, however you're going to do it, along the blue line. And then we're stitching 1/4 of an inch in.
Yes, so you've got to get it in your head. It's placement, not sewing.
So,
Once you've done a couple of them though, you know.
yeah. And if you've not done them right and you've unpicked them, then you really will
Yes.
not want to do it. So I'm going to do... And the other thing that's perfect on this machine is that it's got a thread cutter.
Okay.
Whereas my machine at home hasn't. So
When I bought my new machine, which isn't that new anymore, the first thing I said is it needs to have a thread cutter. That was the one thing.
I will be getting one with a thread cutter at some point in the future sometime.
I'm really impatient though. I find I'm walking away from the machine while the thread is cutting.
Yeah.
Because I'm quite impatient. It's not happening immediately.
So now what you need is good strong fingers, or you can use your Clover mini press.
Oh, is that what that
Which
little
is-
iron thingy's for?
No, it's the little doodle-doo.
Oh,
Not
the
electrical
roll and
at all.
press. Not
Roll
a,
and
no,
press.
no electricals.
No
I was
electricals.
thinking about, you know, that Clover mini iron that's got like,
Oh,
it's
yes.
actually a mini iron.
I've seen those. You can
And,
use
and
those.
you can
well.
get different ends for them. Be perfect for that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you can do
One
that.
looks like a trowel and one looks like a steamroller.
Or you can use, you know, if you have best pressed, you can use your fingers.
Yes.
If you
right.
haven't, you want something with a bit more
Okay.
welly. Okay.
I suppose if you wanted to press it, you'd have to put a piece of fabric on top, wouldn't you? Because otherwise,
Yeah.
the stuff around the edges
Well, they
would
advise
melt.
you not to use an iron, really, on
Right.
the top bit. So, you know, better safe than sorry, really.
Oh, okay.
So now I've done 1, 2, 3. So now I've got 4 and 5, which are my longer pieces. And again, you're placing along the placement line. Now you might get to a stage, so here, I've gone over a little bit. You don't have to worry because it will turn out correct. But if you have gone over a little bit, can you see?
Yes.
Don't worry about that. Ignore it and follow the line. So just be quite rigid with yourself that
Yeah,
you're
so
actually
you
following
mean-
the line. You're not, because the temptation would be to do that,
Yeah.
and that would wonk it. So you don't want to do that.
Yes, because I guess, I mean, it's like cutting when you cut strips and you always have to sort of line yourself back up again every
Yeah.
now and then, don't you? So that's quite nice, though, that you've got that opportunity to re-straighten it.
Yeah, and when you get to the diagonals, if it had gone slightly awry, then that's the other thing. So here, just make sure it's underneath.
This is a really good introduction to FPP, isn't
Yeah.
it? Because it's actually easier than FPP, but it's the same principle.
And when you do the triangle ones, what I found that I was doing was you know how with FPP you fold it over just to make sure that you're in line with it.
Yeah.
I was doing that before I was sewing it.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's
Yeah.
even more it's introducing, because
But
that's intuitive to do that.
But it's just so nice that you're quilting it at the same time, so you haven't got to bother.
Yeah. So just remember, when you're going down here, you need to think blue line, where you're going on your blue line. So don't go off. And actually, if you cut it, so the best thing is to cut it correctly, because I'm just following now the edge of where I've cut it. So I'm not worrying, she says so confidently, if it goes wrong. But I'm not worrying too much about what's going on otherwise. I'm just making sure that it's sticking to the edge of that blue.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure.
And I guess you don't have to reverse stitch, do you? Because you're always sewing back on top of that seam
Yeah.
again.
So you just carry on, really.
Which I guess makes the back neater as well.
Yeah. Well, your back is quilted exactly as...
But without having to do the reverse stitching, you don't get
Yeah.
the sort of the double
Yeah.
layers. And it's nice doing all these individual blocks because you haven't got to get a whole quilt on your machine. Whereas if you were quilting a whole quilt now, you'd have
It'd
this,
be
you'd have to
disastrous, wouldn't
roll it up with bicycle clips and all sorts.
Yeah.
But because you just, I guess you sew these blocks together afterwards.
Yes. Well, I'll show
Skipping
you
ahead.
that in a second.
Skipping ahead.
Yes,
sorry.
skipping ahead.
Don't ruin the surprise.
So there we go. So I think I've got more than 1/4 of an inch on mine. I thought I'd measured it, but hey ho. But you will have the correct amount. So that's your start. So if I skip along, so I've put some triangle ones on. And so with the triangle ones, you'll just want to make sure, again, that you're in the area.
Oh, right, in another colourway.
Yes. So this is what I wanted to do, was to just show you how things would look. So if I put that, that's going to be looking like that, although I'm not sewing them on, but you get the idea. And what I thought you could do is do a different one for each one, and then you can just play around with it. And so it's all about the colour placement, what it will look like at the end. So that'll have dark corners, and you can have a couple of different middles to the outsides kind of thing. So that's what that one will finish off like. And then on here...
So when
we're
you
gonna
do the triangles, it's exactly the same.
Exactly the same, but what I found was the easiest thing was just to fold it in half
Okay.
And you know why? Because I didn't change that. So I'd got it written down what I needed, and I didn't. That's why I was thinking, why has that gone off? But anyway, that's the reason. That's the reason. So what you'll do is there's a point where your triangles will come together.
Right.
So again, this is a straight line. Match it with the straight line, and just get yourself. These are my old non-magic pins. Let's use some magic
Is that
pins.
marked on it, the point where the triangles come together? Okay.
Yeah. Now the one that I made up there,
Yes.
there's an extra step that you need to do. So on the, you see where the cornerstones are on that
Yes.
on the blocks.
Yes.
So what you do there is on two of the pieces you leave it as just the pink, and then on two pieces you add the cornerstones.
Right.
So you need to remember, when it's on the printed batting piece, there are some dotted lines, and the dotted lines line up with your seams.
Okay.
So
So,
it's
you sew those together in advance?
Yes.
You don't sew them quilt as you go with that?
No, that's the first thing that you do.
You
And so that's your piece.
Right.
I think it's 8
so
and
you
9.
join them together, then you quilt as you go?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But just remember which way around you've got it. And it's important to follow the numbers properly. So do it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But it explains all that in the
Oh, yes.
instructions.
Yeah, yeah. And as I say, it's just numbers, really. So on this one.
Quilting
as I
by
say-
numbers.
Quilting by numbers. So as I say, on this one, try not to pull it because this is a bias edge. But if you put your best press on it, you won't need to be bothered. And there's the point. Your point goes to there, and then across, because
This
you'll
is
have
really
the dog
popular,
ears at the
really
edge.
popular, the quilt as you go today. Just one moment. You need to check out. If it's in your basket, you need to check out. It's really popular. The one that Jules is working with is the hopscotch, which is the main graphic on that side. On that side. I can't do this. I'm never going to be a weatherman. See, how do you do that? See, look, that one there, that's really hard, isn't it? Is the one that Jules is working with. The other side, can't do that. That side, nearly. I just actually can't, it's really hard to do. That side, I need to have a little practice at some point. That one there is the one that's behind me. But there are more people that have it in baskets than we have, so you do need to check out.
So I'm hoping now.
It's just easy though, isn't it? And it's lovely because you can put your own fabrics in it.
Yeah.
You can put the
Definitely.
fabrics in it that we've put together. It's up to you. You can use a mixture. You can do a sampler quilt and make one of each.
And as you were saying about the Quilt As You Go kind of portion of it, because you've only got this square, before you join them all together, you can do as much free motion or fancy stitching
Over
as
that
you
bit,
like.
yeah.
And it's you're not gonna have to worry
It's not
about.
quite as intimidating then, is it? Because often the problem with all this free motion quilting, you think, well, I've got to do that and
everything
cope
else
with the whole thing.
Yeah, and also plan out what sizes I'm going to cut. And sometimes, I don't know about if you found this, but recipes for quilts, and it says, cut 62 2-inch square, and you just think, really? 62? Whereas on here, it's like one of this, two of those, and so you just think, well, actually, if I do it per block, then it does not feel as if I've done the whole...
It reminds me of knitting when they say, knit to the back until it measures 23 inches. And you think, well, that's just one line, but that's probably about a month.
Yeah, it's just like soul destroying, isn't it?
Just knit straight until it measures 23.
Until you can't knit anymore.
Yes, until you just can't do any more knitting. And that is the same with this, but you're doing it little bit by bit. So
Yeah.
it's a bit. So I think for beginners or the impatient...
And also, if you are, as you say, a bit intimidated by FPP, this is a good introduction to that sort of idea, isn't it?
Well,
really?
because when you then do FPP, it makes sense, doesn't it? Because FPP is the same if you haven't tried it. You sort of you place them backwards almost.
Well, so for this, if you were doing FPP, it would just be making sure that that fits into that area, and then kind of ironing it down and encouraging it to do
I
it.
think £8.99. Just use your
I know.
£8.99.
That's yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you
Worth
think how
it.
much you pay for batting, wadding stuff.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like £8.99 free wadding.
Yeah. And so you would carry on with this.
Kat wants one. Which one? I think you should do the Rolling Stone blocks.
Yeah.
We haven't done that one. Yeah. But you need 4 of them. Then you can make a really big one.
Or you could do that one, and that could be, you could make it a bed runner.
Yeah,
you could make
bed
it a
runner.
You'd have to alter the sashing.
But you could make
But
it.
you
Yes,
could do
that's
it.
true actually. But then if you joined them all, or a table runner,
Yeah.
Christmas table runner. You
Yeah.
need to buy a table first, Kat, though. You'll have to go on the bed until you can get it on the table.
Or
She hasn't got. What do you mean you haven't got a bed? A mattress. What? No bed?
luxury mattress.
Not till Friday. It's like a student. And you like surrounded by mouldy coffee cups as well.
Oh.
It's really good. What, lying on the floor is really good for you. Okay.
Yeah. Those futon things.
Cold though, isn't it? Because you've got that cold draft.
Bit too
Hot
hot
air
for me now,
rises and all.
love.
Yeah, you want to make yourself a bed runner. You'll need that for the warmth.
Yeah.
But this would make a nice Christmas table runner, wouldn't it? Because you could join them together, particularly this rolling, the Rolling Stone one, because it's like a star. You could use Christmas fabrics for that. You'd have a lovely.
Yeah.
Barbara sent us a question in. Can you show the difference between the two Quilt As You Go patterns, please? Well, we've got 3. We've got 3. So the one that Jules is doing now is called the Hopscotch. Have a look at my picture. Yeah? Do you want me to hold it up? No.
I'll show you a panel in a minute.
This is the one that Jules is doing. It's got like a square in the centre and then another square and then... But look at this. Let me move the sticker. Depending on how you organise the fabrics, look, it looks completely different like that. Or like that. You can just... but it's all to do with... I thought it was the way you turn around the square, but it's not to do with the fabric placement. So you've got one pattern, but options. So that's Hopscotch. The one that's on the quilt behind me is called Fair and Square. So that's the main pattern. But look, by changing the order of the fabrics, completely different look. Actually, when you look at it close, I can just see squares, but because you're overhead and you can see it from a distance, it's becoming like a circular pattern,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's all about fabric placement, so it really is worth, you know, you could even sketch that out and colour different ones in so you can see what you think. And then the final one, Barbara, is the Rolling Stone block that Kat's going to get to make her quilt. I like that one. That's like a star, so that would be good for Christmas, wouldn't it? If you did it with Christmas fabrics. Or... Elliot's just said, could you buy 2 and stitch them together to make a bigger quilt? I don't think.
Hello, Elliot.
Hello, Elliot. Where have
Earth
you been
to Elliot.
for the last half an hour?
Bless him.
We've mentioned that quite a few times. Just saying.
Don't worry.
Don't worry, Elliot. Yeah, do you know what? That's a really good idea, Elliot. That's a
We'll take that
really
one.
good idea, Elliot. You can join them together and each block is 12 inches, finished size. So, but you could mix them all together. So if you did 2 by, that would be a 48 inch. If you had 2 by 36. Rolling Stone, not Rolling Star. Rolling Stone in a star shape. So those are the 3. But if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down, you will see a little picture of all of these. So you can compare them and look at all 3 of them. They all use the same amount of fabric. Actually, this one doesn't seem to have, doesn't have the pictures of the other colour placement, but I imagine if you change it round, it will look completely different. Oh, does it? Oh, right, okay, show us the picture on the web. Oh, okay, is that the same Rolling Stone? Yes, it does look completely different, doesn't it? There we are. And you just buy more of them and join them together. Thank you, Elliot.
As Elliot says. Well
yeah,
done.
as Elliot says, it's a really good idea. Question from Karen. Hi, Rebecca. I've just tuned in. Which of the Quilt As You Go patterns would you say is most suitable for a complete novice? Karen from Bristol. Oh, great place to live, Bristol. Love Bristol. Just saying.
Because you live next door. Any seriously.
What is one easier than the other? Though?
I would say the one that I'm doing now is probably the simplest.
No,
this is
hopscotch.
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 As in, you don't have to join things together before you carry on with it.
Right.
So I would say this is the best one if you've never ever done anything. But to be honest, you could tackle any of them.
If you like
sew
one
in a
of the
straight
others.
line. Yeah. It's absolutely fine. But this one, you don't have to join pieces together before you do anything else.
Okay.
So,
right.
Yeah. But if you have a look at this now, so we've got to this stage.
So you made 4.
So I've got, this one I haven't got together, but I just want you to see the different colour placements. So they're all different, but obviously they've got the theme going through them. So you could do them all slightly different.
Yeah, I quite like that. So you could really, so if you bought one of each of the packs, you could do all different colour placements, all different throughout the whole thing. It would look lovely, wouldn't it? But as long as you used a palette of fabrics, then it would all go together.
And I think that's what our designers are so good at, aren't they? The
I know,
production
I
team
love
put
this
these
one.
together
I like the
and they're
Scottish
beautiful.
one because it really, it's a palette of fabrics, isn't it? Another question from Wilma. Just switched on. Sorry. What is the finished overall size? I heard you say each block is 12 inches. Thank you, Wilma. No problem at all. No problem. That's what we're here for, except for Elliot, who wasn't listening. That's fine. You just switched on. Finished size is 24 by 36. So each block is 12 inches square and there are 6 blocks in a pack. So if you want it bigger than that, you just need to buy more packs because all you do is join them together. There's one behind me is a finished one as is. That's the one that Jules made before with one of our fabric packs. So they are 12 inches square. So obviously with 6 of them, it's 24 by 36. And a message from Margaret. I used a Quilt As You Go to make placemats. I added a layer of thermolam between the wadding and the backing and then bound each one. Easy makes. Oh, thanks, Margaret. That's a really good idea because we had the thermolam on in the last hour.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
So we do have that. So, yeah, you could put it between the two, couldn't you?
You could.
As long as it was between the backing and the wad so you could still see the lines.
Yeah.
And then you could make these into placemats, couldn't you?
Yeah.
12 inches.
Yeah, you could. Yeah,
Perfect. Very great.
So
okay.
this one we've now, if you imagine, I've sewn down there. So now what you need to do is just secure the pieces together in preparation for you doing the sashing. So what you'll do next is you will zigzag around the outside just to anchor it all. And then the next thing is we're going to trim the blocks down. Now on here, you'll see at the corners, there's like a little bit of extra blue line. And this is really useful because this is what you're going to line yourself up with. So, you know, when you trim a normal block, you kind of take it from the centre and then trim it down.
Yes.
With this, because can you see on the edges, sometimes it's pulled slightly askew.
I think it's quite good. They've obviously, you know, they know that this is for beginners and they've taken, it's lovely when you get things that are designed really by sewers.
Yes.
They know all the things that will go wrong.
They understand what you need to.
So when this happens, it's fine because we've allowed for that.
This is what we're going to do. Yeah. So now you'll want your 1/2 inch and you'll want to line it up top and bottom with
those
blue lines.
Blue marks.
Now it does say you can draw on it. You know I'm not going to do that, don't you? So it works either way. And those
you
pieces
can just rotary cut it, can't you?
Yeah.
Oh. I wonder why they say draw it.
Well, I think it's just you draw it front and back, and I think it's just to give you the added security that you know that you've done it properly.
Right,
because you are doing a lot of cutting off, and it's just, you know, if you were
yeah,
a
but it's
novice,
nice that you've got that extra because. But it's like with any quilting, if you've got extra, it just gives you a bit of room for new.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever made something like this and it's been right. I've always had to sort of slightly trim.
And you know, when you have got a quilt and you're quilting things, you are always told to increase the backing and the batting.
Yes, yeah.
And it's exactly the same action that you've done here. Okay, so that's what you'll do. So you'll then have all of your blocks all trimmed nicely, and then we're going to do the sashing. Okay, so with your sashing, you're told what to cut. So you're told to cut pieces that are, I can't remember, it's 3.5, I think it is. and fold those in half and press them. So those are going to be for the back. So if you imagine these are going to go underneath, I'll show you in a second. So you'll have all your pieces for that. You'll have pieces that are singular pieces, and they're going to be for your top. So we're only going to do one seam, so I'll have one of each. So these are the short ones that go in between. And then you will also have long ones which go across your rows. So you'll have, can you see across the middle?
Yes.
So that will go across here, and the backing will be a singular piece, single layer piece is what I mean, which will go across, oh, I don't know where that is, there it is, which will go across the bottom as well. So you'll have cut all of those out in preparation. So I'll just show you how to do it on one, and it's the same process for every one.
So therefore, if you've bought more than one pack, this is how you join it all together.
Yeah. So what you'll do is, let's get one that I haven't joined. So I was running out of fabric because I just was. So you need right sides together on the top. So eventually what's going to happen is that is going to go like that and be attached to both sides. So that's going to be your top. So the first thing that you do is put that along there, and we'll just pin that to keep that in place. You do one piece at a time. So don't be intimidated by this word of sashing and you think, well, I'm not really sure what that's all about.
Just means strips, doesn't it? Like sash
Just
windows.
means strip.
Strip.
Not today. And then the other piece is going on the back. So this is another reason why you might have put the lines.
Yeah, of course, because you've got to have a piece on the back.
Yeah. But on the back, it's raw edges. So when you folded it over, it's raw edges against the raw edge. And what we're going to do is sew through all of these, and you're left with a finished edge. So this will give you a clue as to which side you need to put it. So that's your finished edge, which will attach to the other side in a minute. So the first thing that you'll do is have...
So you've got the raw edge on the top, and then have you got the two raw edges on the bottom, or the fold?
Yeah, no, the
two
raw edges.
Okay.
So it's raw edges to everything on the first piece. So you've attached it there, and you're going to attach it to the bottom piece there. And we're just going to move that in a little bit because I've remembered I've
Wilma's asked which is the star one. It's the Rolling Stone. If you look on the website, you'll see a little picture of all of them. If you just want to sort of look at them all together. Because sometimes when I look, I want to see all three together, see what they look like, don't they? So it's, the picture of the hopscotch is incorrect, but they're just changing it now. Rolling Stone. But that's not the one we've demoed or got the sample of. And those are all the, there you go, that's Rolling Stone for Wilma.
So once you've made sure that it's your raw edges,
yes,
you need to pull it in to the 1/2 inch line, and then you're going to be stitching 1/4 inch. So just same seams as you always do on your quilts, it's 1/4 inch. And by doing that, if you'd drawn a line, then you would line it up with that 1/2 inch line. I didn't draw a line because I found that if you had it slightly longer, you could meet them, and where you had zigzagged, that was the 1/2 inch.
Right, okay.
So, but if you're happy to, if you want to draw the line, that's absolutely fine.
Okay, yeah, because the back one, you're not ratcheting raw edges,
No.
you're putting it 1/4 inch, okay. But all of this is in the instructions,
Yeah.
so don't worry, you haven't got to write notes.
And then use the
But
edge.
you can always phone Jules if you've got any
yeah, that's
questions.
fine.
I'll give you a number at the end of the show.
Do me a Facebook, it's fine.
Facebook is fine.
But your the edge of your fabric, the strip that you've cut, is straight. So as long as you go along that, everything
Then
will
you're
be fine.
Yeah, that's all making sense.
So don't be put off by the fact that you've got the dog ears there and this might be slightly wonky. Ignore all of that, it's absolutely fine. So we've gone all the way along there. And you'll see what happens in a second. But so that is now sashed down that piece. Don't forget, we're going to, in a little while, well, we won't, but you will.
Yeah, yes.
Do the top and bottom. So don't worry about this top edge either. And now the next thing you're going to do is fit this one on. So you want it to look like this. So that means you've got to go over and put the right side to the right side.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Shall I do it again? So you want it to look like that. So you've got to go over and put right side to right side. What you need to do is ignore the back piece. You're not stitching that unless you're very brave, because we're going to hand stitch this. And the reason that we'll hand stitch it is because as the Quilt As You Go, you've got all your pieces here, but if you stitch it down there, you've got an extra line that doesn't belong, sort of thing.
Line. Yeah.
So then, here we go again. We're going down along the 1/2 inch line. So you keep that there.
So there won't be wadding in that bit then?
There.
I was thinking the same thing, Kat, to be fair. Sorry, Kat just... I forget you got it. Kat said, will there not be wadding in there?
Hold on.
And I was thinking, how are they going to get wadding in that bit then?
It's magic.
It's just magic.
It's magic.
You see, that'll be why this has been made by someone who really knows what they're talking about and has made all the mistakes that we've made and then realised it doesn't work and has allowed for such things. I did wonder that, Kat. I think you're ready for this, Kat.
Well, observant girls, well done.
Yes. So...
Do you know what? You just trust the process.
Trust the process.
Yeah. So then...
Message from Melanie. Hi, Rebecca and Jules. Do you need to use a walking foot? Sorry, missed the beginning. That's fine. You don't have to watch the beginning, and we haven't even mentioned that anyway.
No, no. All I did was I increased the stitch length because, yeah, it's not super thick wadding. It's polyester wadding.
Okay.
So it's not like your 80-20 where you might get a little bit of slippage. And you've ironed it on the back and you've quilted as you've gone, so you haven't got that sort of slippage. So you can if you want to, but I haven't.
But you
with
haven't.
any of those.
Right.
I haven't.
Okay. So if you haven't got one, we've got 3 minutes left for you to finish the whole quilt.
Okay. That'll not be happening today.
Okay.
So because we've done 1/2 inch and 1/2 inch, we have now got them meeting together. They're meeting together. And then when you take this piece and put it over the top and you will whip stitch along there.
Okay.
It's padded.
So it's padded because you cut it 1/2 inch bigger to start with.
Yeah.
Oh, you have little faith, Kat.
See? And
Same here.
See?
Same.
It's like I did the process, didn't I?
Yeah, trust in the process.
That's what it will look like. And you just do
Okay,
it.
so once you've got your head round that little bit of joining and stuff, but it all makes sense. That's amazing. And then can we have a look at the back?
That'll be...
I just want to see what it looks like.
Yeah, so that you can see where you've done your squares. But also, if you pull in tight and have a look here where I've got the zigzags, when you've got it onto your... So I've done this one, not done that one. You don't see the zigzags. So again, don't worry about...
Because I see, because that's covered over. So would you use a thread, therefore, that matches the back?
Yes, you'll want something... What, to do
quilt?
your quilting?
Yeah.
Not
I
necessarily.
don't suppose it matters, does
No,
it?
because your lines will be straight. Well, as straight as you'd like to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, they'll be fine. So if you like to make a feature of the back of your quilt, I mean, this was done in similar sort of thread, but this is kind of deeper red. But it's your choice, isn't it, really?
And then all that zigzag is covered up.
Yeah. And just to whip it, I think I would use a matching thread, because the idea of this bit is that it's not seen. But this, yes, I'll do.
And that's the only little bit of hand stitching, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is minor. And then you bind the edge. Does it tell you in the instructions about binding?
Yes, it does.
Oh, good.
But it's a regular binding, so you'd have your piece doubled over, you start in a place, you pin it there, start sewing here, 1/4 inch from the edge all the way round, do your corners up and down, mitre your corners all the way down, and then again you would whip it on the back.
Okay. Well, that's amazing.
Good, isn't it?
Thank you so much. That's been brilliant.
You're
Should we
very
make
welcome.
one, Kat? Maybe we should choose our own fabric. We'll make one each and then join it all together.
Yeah.
See
What you could
happens.
do, You can have everybody making a piece and sending it in and having a giant
Yes.
quilt.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, there's some
competition
people's
time.
we might not want back though, Kat. Kat's going, we'll give one to everyone in the office. Can you imagine what our quilt might look like then? I'm not giving one to Neil, it'd be terrible.
Dog and dinner.
Dog and dinner. Thank you so much, Jules. It's
You're
been a
very
pleasure,
welcome.
as always. When are you back?
I am back on the 13th.
On the 13th?
Yes, lucky show.
Lucky show.
Lucky
it's my
show.
lucky number, 13th. Lovely. Well, thank you so much.
Thank
we
you.
will see
Thanks,
you
everyone.
then. So, have we got time to do a quick recap, Kat? So, the one that Jules is working with is called Hopscotch, which is this one here, Hopscotch. And it's been the most popular today. Loads and loads of you buying multiples. Good, because you can make a really big... Some people are buying 6s. Yeah, but then you get a really big quilt. So if with the 6, each block is 12 inches square. So the 6 that you get here makes 24 by 36. So if you work out how big you want it, so if you want it 48, you'd need 2. But if you wanted it to be 48 by 72, you'd need 4 actually. 4. But if you want to be even bigger, you'd need 6. It's only £8.99. That's the wadding, all the instructions, all the printing on there. The only other thing you need is the fabric. Sew by numbers, easy peasy peasy. The next one that we have, which is the one that's behind me, the sample that Jules has made up for us. I'm going to just move the bird lady because she's covering up the sample. I know you've got a picture of it, Elliot, but I'm still moving the bird lady anyway. Yeah, there you go. There it is. See, I can't even move in the direction. That's what it looks like in the 3x2. Okay. I wonder if you get better at doing the mirror thing. Can't do that. Anyway, so that one is fair and square. And look, you see, depending on how you put your fabrics, the colour order depends on the pattern you get. So what you can do is you can colour this in, or you can just draw it out yourself with your fabrics, because the colour will change, the pattern will change depending on the colour order, which is amazing, isn't it? So that's fair and square. The final one we have is called Rolling Stone. Now, we didn't have this one made up, but I love this one. It's a really stunning style. Remember, you know, you don't have to join them like this. It'd make a lovely bed runner or table runner. I think this one would be great for Christmas. But if you go onto the website sewingstreet.com and you look there, look, that's the picture. On that one, for some reason on this packaging it doesn't show you the options, but on the one on the website shows you all the different sort of colour options. So do have a play and have a think about it. Also, there is loads of online support as well. They have a video with instructions. So you can watch Jules back, who's, you know, where we've answered all the questions. They have a video as well. It was really, really easy. Everything you need is in there. All you need is the fabric. So go onto the website, click on Watch Live and scroll down below. You will see all the fabric bundles that we've put together that are exactly the right amount of fabric you need for that one block. So you can multi-buy them, you can mix and match them with your own fabrics. But anyway, thank you for joining me on Sewing Street today. Don't go anywhere because we've got Yarn Lane coming up in 2 minutes. But Sewing Street tomorrow is 8 o'clock. Dan Morris Fabrics, but John Scott will be with you. And at 8 o'clock, he will be showing you the Dan Morris fabrics. Love them. I love Dan Morris. 9 o'clock, Cara's here with the applique masterclass. So that will be good because she is very good at applique. 10 o'clock, fabric collections, a whole delight of fabric for you to choose from. 11 o'clock, we have soft bear cushions with Cara. Ooh, I wonder what they look like. And then at 12 o'clock, it's Kits Revisited. So that is tomorrow on Sewing Street. Thank you for joining me today. Next up, we have Yarn Lane. Now, if you're watching me on the TV, you don't need to do anything. You do have time to make a cup of tea, just about. But if you're watching on Facebook or the website, you need to move to www.yarnlane.com. So today, it's my choice. No, it's not my choice. It's all the things on Yarn Lane. I've decided that, you know, we're having lots and lots of new viewers all the time. So I'm giving you a selection of kits, bundles, tools. I've put together some items, put a little discount on something. So it's a nice selection of things that you may have missed out on my favourite things too. So join me in just a few minutes' time on Yarn Lane, and I look forward to seeing you then.